you.
Not much. Just say.
Yeah, it's a state trooper. Big fan.
Oh, they don't exist. Hey, Robin, you see the case I tried to put forward on the docket?
I did.
Yeah, an interesting one.
We are, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Do we have all parties present?
Yeah, I'm as present as I'm gonna be, sir.
We're all here except Bobby, but it's Bobby.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Soze. We are here for a criminal trial. This is the People v. Koil Soze. Gonna read out a couple things here for the court, just so we are aware. We know that
Am I gonna
this has
get
been tried
contempt straight
once
away or
and
what?
was turned over on mistrial. We're here to ensure that that doesn't happen again. We're here to ensure that the process is followed. We're here to ensure that everything is handled and everyone retains their rights properly, and that this proceeding goes off without any hitches. We're gonna make sure that this is done the right way, and that we get through this without any issues. That being said, Mr. Soze, I do want to address your conduct on the docket. Chose not to respond to you in writing because I prefer to see you to your face. I did inform you when you fired your counsel that you would be held to the same standards as a bar certified attorney. What you elected and chose to do, sir, is conduct unbecoming. As such, this court will be holding you in contempt. We will advise the penalty at the end of this proceeding.
Okay, sir.
Hey, Judge.
Yes.
Yes,
Did
Declan?
you guys put out that announcement?
That was not us.
Yeah, I'm
No, that
trying
also
to
was
investigate
not-
what's going on.
We need like witness protection now.
Nope. That was
Cantor,
not.
Murphy, can y'all place the announcements as city council members?
No, it's just the mayor or judge.
No,
Clerk's
slacks. It's judge or mayor only.
Okay. Do you know who else is around as far as from the DOJ besides the two of you?
Wasn't there supposed
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Yes.
Gatsby, sorry, my bad. I didn't see Gatsby.
I'm not entirely sure
Well,
where
Willie Glory
us
is supposed to be here.
Willie? No one else has come through yet, though.
Okay.
We got 12 games.
So everybody's accounted for?
We're missing
Except-
Willie.
But we're missing Willie.
Willie Glory's a judge.
Any judge could be awake right now.
That's true.
Sure. Okay. Have y'all seen Willie?
I mean,
Was he around today, like earlier
I
in the day,
just
or no?
tried to call him. It says his line's busy.
I'm calling him right now. That's
Oh,
why.
okay. You're calling? Yeah. Well, there you go.
All right. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna investigate and get back to y'all. Okay. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Look into it.
is he you said he's a judge for this court case?
Supposed to be sitting on the panel, sir. But the matter can proceed with the two of us.
10-4.
Should he be indisposed?
As the
We're gonna go ahead and start off.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna ask: is the prosecution here? Wasn't it meant to be the redhead lady, Siobhan, whatever her name is?
Just me today.
Oh,
Court has
interesting.
been advised that Ms. Thurber is indisposed. Yeah. If you'd like to discuss that in a sidebar, we can, but it's not.
She's been
it's not a matter
disposed
that needs
of?
to be.
I would like to discuss it just as a quick,
Okay.
quick sidebar. if
Mr.
possible.
Whitlock, you can approach.
There was an issue last court case where I'm not sure the goofy cop needs to be here. He's a part of the evidence, is he not?
Who's the goofy cop?
The one of the bones.
I'm here to provide
He's right
context on why she's not going to be able to be here for the proceeding.
Well, Mr. Whitlock is aware, as am I personally. It's
Okay,
not going
sounds
to be
good.
necessary.
Okay, so I just had there was an issue last time with the trial in which she went from an expert witness, then the trial begun, and then they changed her to be no longer a part of the evidence, in which was probably, I'd assume, somewhat a part of the mistrial and failure of the due process, considering the time frame in which evidence is meant to be submitted versus, us having a chance to retort or at least understand what's happening. I'm curious as to why the prosecution has changed today, considering she was a major part in the writing of the evidence as well.
Mr. Whitlock, if you'd like to explain.
Yeah, she is in the ICU currently. So she is not going to be a part of any of these proceedings today.
Okay, and what's the I can't really recall 100% on what was stated with the evidence in terms of the statements, but was it not that she was the one that had articulated all this?
So for this matter here, again, I'm not familiar with the entirety of the proceedings that occurred last time.
Oh, it's more so
she has not been
the
called-
reports, inside the actual
Right.
reports.
Right. That's what I'm working to get to.
Okay.
eh,
I mean, I
she
haven't
was
read
not
them
called as a
myself,
witness and
so
is entered as counsel. Oh, I know you have. I wouldn't expect any less of you.
no. I meant I haven't read them to confirm what I'm saying. I'm just going off what I said last time too. So like I have no
Sure.
idea. I thought I just suggested.
Sure. As she's not a summoned witness, her presence is not required. However,
Okay.
what you are able to do, Mr. Soze, through your opening or closing statement, you are able to draw a question to the statements in question that she provided. You may not be able to directly examine her, but the court will take down your arguments and observations when we.
Oh,
go
it's
to it.
fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just more worried that maybe it would be a complication in the evidence itself. But if it's okay, I don't mind. We can go ahead with it.
Mr. Whitlock was president for the previous matter. He should be fully prepared to prosecute this case.
Yep, we're good to go.
Okay.
All right, very good.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're doing okay. I swear he didn't have those scratches on his head a week or so ago.
I
Maybe
didn't
he
notice
did.
any scratches.
I didn't see him myself. I
Oh.
wouldn't personally be aware.
You doing okay, Mr. Whitlock? Did you have those scars? I think new scars.
I did, yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe I
No,
just
they're
saw the
not.
other side of your face or something. Okay, my bad.
Now, with that taken care of, I'm going to go ahead and read their statement of charges out for the record, and then we'll move to any pre-trial motions. Statement of charges reads as follows. Just because he was not successful in rallying an army to his cause does not change the nature of Koil Soze's rebellion. His success would have spelled a second war in Sandy Shores. Class 2 weaponry not seen in the city for nearly a decade was used to deny the authority of the state after government equipment and facilities were usurped without permission nor authority to do so.
Well, I'm glad
Now,
we didn't
before
hit
I have you
the.
answer, please, Mr. Soze, are there any pretrial motions from either side?
None from the prosecution, Your Honor.
Any from you, sir?
Nope.
Okay. Then, Mr. Soze, I will go ahead and read out the charges that are being laid against you at this time. I will need you to enter a plea of either guilty or not guilty. To one count of criminal possession of a firearm class 2, how do you plead?
Not guilty. Do I have to take the
To
context
one-
of the statement of charges in when I'm listening to these charges?
No, sir. You are simply advising whether you plead guilty or not guilty to the charges that have been laid as to the definition as you understand them.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not guilty to all charges, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll save that then. Let the record show that the defendant is going to be not guilty to all charges. As there are no pretrial motions, the defendant has entered his pleas and is electing to represent pro se. We can go ahead and move to opening arguments. Mr. Whitlock, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, 15 days ago, Koil Soze wrote a manifesto detailing his own form of legislation on the outside walls of the sheriff's office. This manifesto declared that Mr. Soze could make the laws how he saw fit in Sandy Shores, Polito, and the North. It declared him owner of the jail. It declared him overseer of the state of San Andreas. These words attempt to deny the authority of the state. These words and actions taken by Koil Soze to incite others to his cause rise to the level of treason. Today, the evidence and the testimony will prove that Koil Soze, armed with a Class 2 weapon, attempted to usurp the authority of the state. It will be proven here today that the defendant is guilty of all the crimes they are charged with as part of this attempt. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlock. Mr. Soze, your opening argument.
Well, I don't make argument, I make fact, and there is a very clear delusion that's running through the society and government here that of authority of the state is from authority of the state. There's two very defined and different words and verbiages used in these statements, and for some reason, who was meant to be some of the most educated prosecutors on the planet doesn't quite grasp the concept of what an authority figure of an entity is. An entity being a building, a person, a group, a form of government that is that entity and that power, the equal authority, not an authority that would be under it. Otherwise, this moron would believe that a citation and anything else could be treason. He is stupid. Their understanding of the law is stupid, and they don't understand the repercussions of what they're fucking arguing. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you for those arguments, Mr. Soze. With opening statements concluded, we will go ahead and open the floor for witness testimony. As always, prosecution goes first. Mr. Whitlock, please call your first witness.
The prosecution will call Sheriff Jeffrey Bones to the stand.
Hey, just to confirm, can we confirm the department he's in? Just for the record.
Typically what happens, Mr. Soze, knowing Mr. Whitlock, he will ask what his name and position is, and he will establish that through examiner.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Angel, would you like to do the honors to swear the witness?
Of course I can. Sheriff Bones, please raise your left hand.
We didn't hit the gavel, did we?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Koil?
I do.
Why'd you have to use that? Come on, dude. Kylie,
The witness is
please.
sworn in.
Thank you, Your Honors.
What a shithead. They had to.
Please start by telling us your name and rank for the record.
Jeffrey Bones, sheriff.
And how did you become the sheriff?
I was elected via the public election after PCP 2 was pushed.
Did you name the sheriff's department?
I did.
And what did you name it?
The Blaine County Sheriff's Office, BCSO.
This guy named the
Sheriff
department?
Bones, were you on duty on the afternoon and evening of June 5th, 2024?
I was.
That
That's
is
a
a
lot.
fuck ton of
Yeah.
gunfire.
Yeah.
Sounds like police issued firearm. Sounds good.
I've heard worse in my career.
We will proceed until there is a deemed and established threat to our safety in this building. Mr. Whitlock, you may continue.
Thank you. Did you encounter the defendant, Koil Soze, during your shift?
I did, yes.
Where did you encounter Mr. Soze?
MRPD.
Did you exchange any words with Mr. Soze?
Yeah, before that, I had a phone call with him. He was talking about the Constitution and different things of legislation. And then at MRPD, he was continuing on that kind of thing.
In your statement, you said you went to Senior Buns and then afterwards had a migraine.
Mhm.
What had occurred prior to the migraine?
We were just getting food, talking more about the whole legislation stuff. And then we were making our way up to Sandy. I was driving up there, and that's when the migraine happened.
And what happened after you were headache free?
I was looking for the car, looking for a Soze.
I didn't have the keys. The car
Nobody
was
was
still running.
there, and I then called Ruby, tried to figure out where she was, because I was pretty much stranded. Just for well, actually, I called Soze. Sorry, I didn't call Ruby. I called Soze, trying to figure out where he was. He said he drove all the way up to the sheriff's office. From there, I needed to figure out a ride, so I called Ruby.
Did you give Koil Soze permission to drive your vehicle prior to him driving it?
I did not.
And why was evidence not included that displayed tampering of the vehicle?
The keys were still in the ignition. He said he simply slid over and kept driving.
Did you attempt to recover your vehicle?
I did. That's when I called Soze and was like, "Where are you?"
And how did that go?
Well, the vehicle was still at the sheriff's office when I arrived. So eventually it was recovered, but About as good as it can go.
In your statement in the report, the People's A, you mentioned witnessing Koil Soze speak to Bobby Charles on the phone. What did you personally hear said by Koil Soze on that call?
He was trying to get Bobby to come up there. He was talking more about the legislation and stuff like that, and jurisdiction stuff as well. Everything along those lines.
Did Bobby Charles show up there?
He did, yes.
Did Bobby Charles interact with Koil Soze?
Yes.
And what was their interaction as you witnessed it?
Whenever Bobby got there, at this point, Soze was inside with the Class 2, holding the doors of the sheriff's office. We were telling Bobby to leave, back away. Soze then walked out and was like, "They don't have any jurisdiction over here. You're fine." And that's pretty much what I got whenever they were in person.
At this point, Sheriff, I'm going to reference you to the People's C, titled Bobby Charles Subpoena.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me pull that up.
Mm-hmm.
Bourbon so quiet worries me. I've heard it
Stated
all
that was
before.
the People's C, Mr. Whitlock.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, I'm ready.
Mr. Bones, you got it ready?
Mhm.
All right. Can you read the texts that are highlighted in evidence under the People's C?
I can. Bobby Charles texted Soze. He's in Sandy. That was at 10:07 p.m. And then later he texted Soze that he was planning his attack. "I'm planning my attack now. Don't worry. Are you dead?" That was at 10:16.
Can you tell me what time is indicated for the two highlighted calls as part of that evidence?
10:07 p.m. EST and 10:16 p.m. EST. Are you talking calls or the messages? Sorry, my bad.
The calls, sir.
Okay, let me get to that. 1 second. Two calls. The first one was at 10:01. The second one was at 10:10.
Did you witness Koil Soze make a second call to Bobby Charles?
I don't recall. He was on the phone a lot during the whole process.
Did you believe you had probable cause to detain Koil Soze at that time?
Yes.
What crime did you attempt to initially detain him for?
Initially joyriding.
Sheriff Bones, why did you pull out your taser as mentioned in the report?
He was being uncompliant.
He denied your authority?
Yes, he did do that.
Was Koil Soze displaying any weaponry at the time?
Not at the time of when the taser was getting pulled, but eventually he went into the sheriff's office and pulled out a M4.
So did Koil Soze enter the property?
Yes.
Was he warned he was being detained and or arrested?
Yes.
Would leaving the area constitute disobeying a peace officer?
Yes, if he left the area, yes.
Did he resist?
Yeah. I whenever I had a moment where he was like kind of opening the doors, prying the doors open to scream at Bobby, I made like a split-second decision to try and rush in there, try tackling him, try going for cuffs. He broke these cuffs and he eventually went to the back of the sheriff's office, or like the back left of the sheriff's office. Kind of like checked the door out, turned around, and then pointed his gun at me, where I then opened fire on him.
Did you have any backup on scene?
I did, yes.
Who was there with you?
Initially, it was me and Ruby. After that, Declan, Loki, Radich, and Thixon showed up.
And when did they all arrive?
About 2 to 3 minutes after he pulled the gun and was holding the doors.
Sheriff, in your statement in the People's A, you say that Koil Soze pointed his Class 2 weapon at you. Did you have reasonable fear for the lives of yourself and your fellow officers in that moment?
Yes.
What actions did you take to reasonably protect yourselves?
I shot him.
Why?
The second he pointed his gun at me, I was worried that he was gonna shoot and potentially kill us.
Were any officers injured?
Yes.
How many officers were injured?
3.
And how many charges for attempted murder of a government employee are being pressed today?
3.
Can you reference the People's A evidence article titled Selfie with Insane Ramblings?
Yes.
I'm glad he said it was insane
Did
ramblings.
you confirm who wrote this outside of the sheriff's office?
Yes, I did.
Who wrote it?
Soze.
Was he Mirandized when he stated this?
Yes, he was.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, good to
Okay.
ask. boss.
Mr. Soze, the floor is going to be open for cross-examination. Please keep the questioning to within the scope of what Mr. Whitlock.
Okay. Oh, boss over here said you named your sheriff's department Blaine County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
When did that happen?
I kind of had the idea to call it that before I was officially elected. And then it was kind of just the naming that we wanted to go with.
We.
Yeah, myself and my undersheriff, we kind of campaigned together. We talked about it.
Mm-hmm. And when was this election?
Exact date, I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, roughly. You got a rough idea?
I would say about 3 to 4 weeks ago.
And they did say there was a legislative act, PCP 2.0 was what it was done with to coincide with, right?
Yes.
The one that indicates specifically that it is the power of Los Santos law agencies the mayor would oversee. Have you read
Say
the
it again?
PCP 2.0?
I skimmed over it.
You only skimmed over legislation passed down from the mayor for the police protocols.
Yes.
You're telling me the base of everything in which you work behind, you've skimmed over.
Objection, counsel is testifying.
Further asked and answered. He's already stated that he only skimmed over it, Mr. Soze. Objection is going to be sustained, and it is noted for the record. Your point's been made.
Have you read the penal code?
Objection, relevance.
He's a police officer. It's the law he enforces.
Rebuttal, Mr. Whitlock.
Just am unsure why that's being brought up here now relative to the charges being brought today.
Well, I will find, Mr. Whitlock, that the charges that have been pressed against the defendant come from the very same penal code and were pressed by this officer. I do find that, his knowledge of it may be relevant. That objection is actually going to be overruled.
Yes, I have read the penal code before.
Okay. And what do you have to do to get charged for treason in Los Santos?
I can look at it and read the exact definition.
Well, I mean, you okay, sure. Go for it if you wish.
Whoever engages in and or incites others to participate in rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the state of San Andreas. The authority of state in San Andreas shall be considered for the purposes of the statute or of this statute to include the Senate and or laws of the state. This shall include anyone who attempts to secede from the state by way of sovereign land claims or annexation.
When did I secede from the state?
Well, in the people C, you mentioned. I'll find the exact things. Give me 1 second. People's A, sorry.
Just to be sure, these are the quote unquote insane ramblings that you
Yes.
Okay.
That you wrote.
What is your meaning by insane?
That's just the title of the evidence.
Right, but it's titled that in the evidence. So insane, in your opinion, if it's titled that, what does that mean? So we have an understanding of what you mean by insane.
Objection relevance?
It's in the evidence, literally.
Right, but it's just a title of the evidence.
Right. Just like there's a title to a charge, just like there's a title to anything. It's in the evidence.
Mr. Whitlock,
What can I do?
Mr. Whitlock, I'm going to overrule because even though it is just a title, the characterization of that title may have some sort of influence on this bench and its review of said evidence. I do think it's good to understand why it's labeled as such for the bench. That objection is going to be overruled.
I would just say it's crazy.
So insane to you
Not
is just
normal.
crazy? Not
Yeah.
normal. And would you imply it's not normal or crazy for me as a person because you know me, or are you saying that because just in a generalization? Hey, buddy. You on a daycare, Baba?
You asked me what insane meant. It's just a generalization of the what I think the term insane means.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to understand. Was it you thought? Did you get the thought of insanity based on what I had wrote in as a person? Oh,
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't put that evidence in.
Who put that evidence in?
I don't know.
Does it not say in your report who put the evidence in?
Look. I mean, I would assume it would be Declan because he's in the photo in the selfie. But I'm not 100% sure if he's the one who uploaded that.
Now, would you be able to point out Declan for us?
The guy.
If he's here, that is.
Sitting. Yeah, he's sitting right there.
Oh, yeah, there. So just to clarify, you just something that's crazy or insane or just abnormal essentially is what you're saying, correct? Just to reaffirm that, just for me.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Would you think a police officer sitting in a courtroom, not on a chair, randomly, is a little abnormal?
No.
Objection relevance?
The man that's doing it is right over there. That apparently is the one that also called me insane. So I'm just trying to clarify, where he draws the line.
I'm likely to sustain the objection here, Mr. Soze.
Okay.
The characterization of witness Declan Crane and how he chooses to sit in this room, juxtaposed against the title of the evidence in question, which we will not consider during deliberation. We'll consider the factual matter of it, as you are so concerned with.
Okay.
Bears really no relevance in this matter.
Sure. Okay. And at the top of the report, it says treason with multiple question marks. Did you write that part of the report?
I did, yeah.
Generally, when you write a report, you ask if it's a question as a title.
No.
Okay, so at what point in time did you have the PC you believe to push for the treason?
After we spoke with Bobby Charles.
Oh, after you spoke with Bobby Charles. Interesting. So when did that happen exactly?
during your 24-hour investigative hold.
And was that the to do with the phone records?
Interrogation and phone record, yes.
And
But pretty much the interrogation was to get consent for his phone records, and then from there on.
right. Are you aware in the Constitution it says for a search of any private or just any search in general for property or whatever needs a signed search warrant from a judge?
Objection scope.
I'm confused on which part would be out of scope at the moment.
Be outside of the scope of the questions that Mr. Whitlock asked, as I instructed when you opened Chrome. The questions are to be based on what the counselor asked. Now, you are able to mark the witness for recall if you need to ask questions outside of that, Mr. Soze.
So when we just talked about evidence in the report, and this is in the evidence and report, we're now out of the scope? Just to confirm.
The original line of questioning was based solely around what Mr. Whitlock brought forward. Again, you have the opportunity to recall the witness to ask these specific questions should you so choose.
Sure. You know, yeah, listen. So with the recall process and us building off scoped questions, we can't expand on any scope even in this line of questioning just to understand.
You'll have the ability to lay foundation on a direct line.
Okay.
Which you may find would
Well, if
service
that's
you
the
better.
case,
This line of questioning.
we might as well just wait until that point then.
Do you have no further questions for the witness then, Mr.
No,
Soze?
that'll be fine.
Mr. Whitlock, floor is open for redirect.
I have no redirect at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Sheriff Bones, you can step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Soze, is the witness being marked for recall?
Yeah, I'd love to recall that witness.
Understood. Mr. Whitlock, then let's go ahead and go with your next witness, please.
Call Senior Deputy Declan Crane to the stand.
Judge Angel.
Okay. If you could please raise your left hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you Vickers? I can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Senior officer, we're unable. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The witness is sworn in. Counselor Whitlock, the floor is yours.
For the record, would you state your name and your rank, please?
Declan Crane, Senior Deputy, BCSO.
Were you on duty on the day of June 5th?
Yeah.
As stated in the People's A, did you respond to a call for backup in Sandy Shores?
Yep, Sheriff called us.
Do you recall what time this was in EST?
I get on shift at like 7 Eastern most days, and this was a little deeper into my shift, so I'm gonna guess like, I don't know, after 9 but before midnight. That's the closest I could probably get for you.
What was occurring on scene when you arrived?
Bones was standing outside the sheriff's office, like where the front entryway parking area is. Bobby Charles was kind of milling around, and then there was a guy on the steps, like, and Bones was kind of like holding him down, you know, like how we deal with like a suspect, where you like, you know, you point a weapon at them and like, you know, try to get them to comply. And so we kind of followed suit.
Would you characterize the suspect's behavior as compliant?
I mean, at first I thought so, because like, you know, everyone was kind of just talking, but then I realized the Bones was kind of doing one of those things where we tell somebody to do something, they don't do it over and over. So not once I realized everything that was going on, no.
Sheriff Bones stated that Koil Soze opened fire on officers. Did you personally witness him shoot his Class 2 at the officers present?
Yeah, he shot at me, I shot at him. There was a whole gunfight.
Which officers were present, for the record?
I had Thixon with me, who's a cadet. But he was like kind of in the back of the group that like went in after the guy. And I think it was me first, and I was like kind of strafing to the right, which would have been like towards the north of the building. Bones was to my left, and then Loki Sky Lizard was behind us. Loki got shot down. Bones and I took fire, but managed to stay on our feet.
And how many officers were injured by Koil Soze's gunfire?
I can only testify to the three of us just because that's what I know. There were a bunch of people there, like Ruby was there, Dixon was there, Bobby Charles was messing around. Like there were a bunch of people there, but the only ones I remember that 100% got shot that I like would feel comfortable testifying to is Bones, me, and Loki.
Is the Class 2 M4 noted in evidence in the People's A as Koil Soze's possessions, the weapon that was used during the incident?
Yeah, that looks like the same one. I remember because when I was adding the evidence and it was in the locker.
Did you take the selfie titled Selfie with Insane Ramblings in the People's A?
Yeah, that's me.
Did you hear Koil Soze state this rhetoric at himself at any point?
I'm gonna be honest, if he did, I don't really feel comfortable saying yes, no, or specifically. He was like, him and Bones were talking, right? And he was kind of saying stuff to Bones, Bones was saying stuff to him. But I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Like on some of these scenes when we show up as backup, we're kind of just like pointing our Glocks at people, and all I'm thinking about is like, don't pull the trigger on accident, you know? So I think I tuned some of that out.
I'm confused how
If it claims
scopes work on the
jurisdiction within
first
the entire
examine.
state.
Like, why do you have to recall somebody if you're talking about evidence? If evidence is in the
I guess, I mean, they tell us to go like we respond to
report,
calls in
why
like
would
Toledo
scope-
and Sandy and Grapeseed all over.
I don't give a fuck if
Yesterday,
they're
I did a
leading or
call
what
in
they
the
say. It's
Alamo
irrelevant
Sea
to the point I'm going to make.
where they took boats all
That's
the way
why I
out
just
to the
don't give a
west
shit.
coast and then drove in the middle of the ocean and ambushed us. So I'd say so, yeah.
In your opinion, did you personally witness Koil Soze taking acts that deny Sheriff Bones' authority or that of the state?
No, you never had an axe.
Because
You
they
had
let me
a
go
M4.
through into the penal code and shit, so I don't understand why evidence wouldn't be okay.
I will leave it there. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right. What do I do now?
It's
Stay
the
right
part
there.
where I offer any cross-examination from Mr. Soze.
Can I just mark him for recall? Honestly, I wasn't listening.
Okay.
Same,
If you have
dude.
nothing, if you have nothing on cross-examination, Senior Officer Crane, you can step down. You are
Alright,
marked for
sick.
recall. You need to remain.
Oh, not okay. Yeah, that's all right.
No,
I
he's
guess.
gonna call you up and ask you a direct line question. All right. Mr. Whitlock, your next witness.
We have Bobby Charles marked as a witness. However, I see he is not here. We are all right.
Carmine
He's on his
for
way, Your Honor.
Carmine, where's Bobby?
All right.
He was attacked.
I don't
Like
mind.
someone who
I
got
don't
him in the
mind
courtroom.
waiting. So
All right, we will go ahead and wait for him then.
You know about how far away he is, Mr. Costello?
hey, pal, how you doing?
There's that bald-headed motherfucker over there. He knows.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
That's very rude, Bobby.
At the end of the day,
very rude,
you
Mr.
know,
Carmine.
no matter
Oh,
what
sorry,
happens,
I'm sorry,
the
my
balls are
bad.
rolling,
You're not
wish
gonna
I
act out of
thought I-
line in
and
my courtroom,
society
are you?
will change.
By the way, I was
You
talking
also
about
get a dose of
Pistone.
condemn.
Listen,
There's only one bald-headed motherfucker. I was talking about Pistone, so it wasn't directed at you, Your Honor.
Sounds like an everyday
Doesn't matter who
experience.
it's directed at. You know, you're in a courtroom in an open court proceeding. You're insulting people.
Hey,
can
Paul,
I
I'll
press
go get him.
charges on him, please?
What charge would you want pushed on? him?
Discrimination,
That's not a charge.
Discrimination isn't a
shit.
charge, but harassment is.
harassment.
I do discriminate against bald people. You lost a genetic lottery, lose a skill issue.
Excuse me, bitch.
Vinny, you'll need to
I'm
speak
gonna
to a
on
police
to
officer for that. one.
Dr. Shaw.
Officers, arrest that man, please, so he
Good
can never
idea.
become a cop again.
You'll probably need to make a report in a more formal style
Okay.
than the middle of a court trial.
Wait, can I get him arrested for that?
You can file a police report and
Oh,
advise
say
that he's gonna
fucking
harass you and
less.
such.
Oh,
but I don't know
he-
that he's gonna be. I don't know that he'll be
This
arrested.
fucking
but-
Wait,
Italian
no,
is
I'll
never
take the
becoming a
report.
cop.
Are you saying that you're intimidated by Carmine?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool. That goes on the
All right, yeah,
record.
Declan, you
Thanks.
got some time. You want to go ahead and do that? Okay. Court's gonna go to a brief 5-minute recess, just to allow time for Mr. Charles to arrive. If he fails to arrive, warrant will be issued for failure to. Court's in a brief 5-minute recess.
Yeah, that's a good idea. My phone broke.
Okay.
I do need to go get a new phone.
For keeping her fucking side piece out of reach.
It's a shame.
How's it going, Soze?
Okay.
Was there ever any Yeah, it is. Any ever confirmation what happened to that third judge that we never heard about again?
I've got no idea.
I mean, this was a mistrial to begin with, so
Yeah,
I
shouldn't
feel like
she
we
be here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's going to be a few reasons I believe this should already be in a mistrial, but it don't matter. I believe this judge is pretty keen to see it through no matter what. Out of curiosity, you guys know what happened to Siobhan or whatever? She's in ICU or something, they said.
I have no idea where the fuck she is.
No, I
was
just came
curious
from the
about that
hospital.
myself.
Yeah. We just got off duty.
Yeah. I didn't see her. Don't say anything to me.
She might feel like spoliating this impeachment by not doing the shit that she knows she's not supposed to be doing any further. So, maybe she'll be doing less police work, less prosecuting work, removing certain council members from deputization to kind of change the outlook of the investigation.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems a little strange. She went from expert witness to prosecutor to nothing.
Doctor to cop to
everything. Yeah.
What else hasn't she done?
Is she?
Yeah, my ex-wife is out of her mind. That's all.
She said right there on the docket she was trying to give you a psych eval right there on the spot.
I'll make a call.
All right.
Howdy, Soze.
Hey, big fella, what's going on? You have any idea what happened to Siobhan? Is she in ICU or some shit?
Is she?
I don't know. Well, I actually have no idea. That's what they said here in the court case. I got told, well, she's meant to be prosecuting me with the other pussy, but only the pussy's here, not the devil. So.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, I don't know. Hell, I've been gone a few days. I hadn't heard.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
shit.
just,
I mean,
thought I'd
I
read
know she got
so.
kidnapped.
She did get kidnapped. Wait, so you think?
Yeah, she must be in
the
ICU then.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, allegedly, I heard about her getting kidnapped, but I mean, I don't really have any story on it or any information on the story.
Give me entrance music, please, Lou. You have a bunch of shit. I don't have music. No, I need entrance
I'll
music.
give you my song of death.
Good luck in there, Bobby.
There you go, Richard Gang.
I gotta go.
Shit.
Cole's gonna be coming back in. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
It's my entrance music.
You're not a fucking wrestler,
Richard,
Bobby.
what?
You're an idiot.
And the hero of Los Santos is here. Yeah, Bobby, yeah.
Oh, Bobby.
That song
We'll
plays
see
for
how
the
it
villain
goes.
of the show, right?
I'll show up to anything. If he still wants to push it, I'll answer to any questions I have.
Fuck up Vinny, you dumb, stupid, dumb, stupid bald bitch.
Oh god.
Homelander's the
Bobby,
hero.
go ahead and get back behind the barrier.
Oh, dear.
We're not in session just yet. You can come up here when we call you.
Homelander had a bad
Any
childhood.
particular reason you were 45 minutes late, Mr. Charles?
Oh my god, is that red lipstick?
Bobby.
I was
Bobby.
having.
Hey, Bobby.
I was
Hey,
having.
here, we're talking to
You know,
I was having
you don't
lots
know
of
you
sex,
don't know
Your
what
Honor.
I'm gonna do to you if
You
you
don't
don't
know.
do what's
That's
expected
fine.
of you.
Cap.
You know,
Stop the
Nice.
and
cap.
people believed that, and they
getting-
just did
I
what
was
they were
getting. I
supposed.
was getting major play.
These guys
Your
are
Honor.
way in
You're
over their
allowed
heads.
to lie to judges.
You can tell.
Flying under oath,
He's
Your
a
Honor.
sex
What about the
haver.
court?
No
He
experience,
He
no
does not
teeth,
get
no
sniz on the
spine,
reg.
no backbone, no nothing.
Amen.
It's
No one to hold them accountable.
the
So
best of the
about
rest in
that,
this fucking building.
I don't know if you saw the
All
docket
right,
file
he's
and
arrived.
about
It's
you
been 5
guys and the
minutes. We're back in
council
session.
and
Mr. Soze?
oh, sorry, we ready?
Yeah, we're
I
ready.
like
He's
the part where you called them retards and they didn't say anything
here.
back.
Mr. Whitlock, you're
Ha.
in witness.
Yeah.
That's actually
Yeah.
fantastic.
Spineless.
Charles is saying.
It's the former warden. Yeah, hero of Los Santos. Yeah.
Oh no, this is on the record. Go change all lady to the honor.
Bobby, raise your left hand.
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bobby, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you, sincere.
Of course I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Why were you late?
I was having sex, Your Honor.
Court will need to investigate these.
We'll
Mr.
verify that later.
Mr. Whitlock, please continue.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Bobby Charles, did your bitch ass speak with Koil Soze on the day of June 5th?
Why am I being referred to as a quote-unquote bitch ass?
It's now your turn to ask questions, sir. Answer the question.
My legal name isn't bitch ass. Why am I being referred to as a bitch ass, Your Honor? It's just a simple question.
Just answer the question, Mr. Charles. Let's keep this moving along.
Well, shouldn't I be able to know I'm being referred to as a bitch ass?
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
You can speak to Mr. Whitlock about it afterwards, sir.
Yes, I spoke with him.
Did you consent to having your phone records subpoenaed? Can't hear
Do
you.
not recall.
Yeah, he did.
I'm going to object to this. It's all in evidence, and it doesn't actually say that. He said, okay, he could look through the phone, not to have it subpoenaed. I'd like it to be factual, not lying on the stand if possible. Please, prosecutor.
Mr. Soze, just so you are aware, the court record, his answer to the question was, I don't recall. It was not affirmative or
Sure,
negative.
sure. That was an objection to his, the prosecutors asking something that's already in evidence that indicates that that isn't the case, which means it's answered, I guess.
Okay, that is a fantastic argument you can bring up on your own. He is allowed to ask the question. I do believe it's inherently relevant to this matter. The objection is going to be overruled.
It's odd that Siobhan isn't here either.
It's relevant to ask a question
Bobby,
that
and the
is
people
misleading
see
or vague.
the Bobby Charles subpoenaed phone records. You called Koil Soze at 10:01 p.m. EST. Why?
Why did I call them?
Yes.
His post on the interwebs.
What was said on that call?
Don't recall. Don't really remember.
And the people see you texted Koil Soze at 10:07 p.m. EST. You said, I'm in Sandy. Why did you text him your location?
I wanted to go see the interwebs. I wanted to go see the writing.
And the people see you then call Koil Soze at 10:10 p.m. EST. What did you speak to him about?
Don't recall.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Soze, any questions for this witness on cross-examination?
No. Just requesting him to come back again.
All right. Bobby Charles, you can go ahead and step down. You are marked for recall. Don't leave. Does the prosecution have any additional witnesses?
It does not, Your Honor.
Okay. Will you be presenting evidence now, or would you like to do that at part and parcel with your closing? Mr. Whitlock?
I will do it as part of closing, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the prosecution rest?
It does at this time.
Fantastic. That said, we can go ahead and turn this over to the defense. Mr. Soze, at this point in time, you may recall any of the witnesses that you have marked for questioning.
Hey, Bones. Let's go, pal.
Okay. As a reminder, Sheriff Bones, you remain under oath.
Gotcha.
An oath is a man's bond, Bones.
I know. Our word's all I got.
You prefer to stand?
I do, yeah. I love standing.
Right. All right. So, where do we start here? Let's start with your understanding of treason. What do you believe you need PC for this to be marked as a acceptable PC for treason? Give us an example.
I can use this case scenario for an example.
Sure. Perfect.
You gathered not only yourself but other people, try to get them to join you. Basically denying all the authority from the police department and the laws that we uphold. Upend Sandy Shores is your reasoning. The reason I say that is because of your legislation that you put on the wall, and the person that you brought in trying to, I guess, join you in this case was Bobby Charles. I think if you weren't stopped, Bobby Charles would have got more people, you would have got more people, and we would have another war in Sandy Shores.
And what makes you think there would have been a war in Sandy Shores? Because there was quote unquote legislation.
Not just that.
On the wall.
There was also, you walked into the sheriff's office and held it with a Class 2 firearm.
Correct. Was that?
I mean, there's acts of violence that kind of go with this as well.
Right. Against the authority of the state, correct?
Or denying laws, which is
of the
what you
state,
did.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what laws of the state are there in the Los Santos Constitution or Penal Code or legislation?
Objection vague.
It's not vague at all because there's one. Do you understand the difference?
Can you expand on the objection, Mr. Whitlock?
I can restart my questioning to make it make more sense.
Okay. The question's withdrawn. We'll go ahead and have you restate the question, Mr. So.
Are you in the United States of America?
Yes.
You are not in the United States from America?
No.
Okay. So, of and from have a significant difference in terms of, authority. I'll give you an example. If I get my power from the state, would I have the authority of that state?
I don't know.
You're the one pushing the charges, son.
There's judges that can handle
Okay.
that.
Let me explain this to you, okay? Well, actually, let me not explain it. Let me ask you questions so you can think about it, okay? What is a local municipal government?
I would consider a government that's just in like a small little county. town.
Yes, a municipal government is that, kind of. So, in the Los Santos Constitution, who are the two authorities of Los Santos?
I believe it's the state and the council, but I don't not 100% sure.
I give you. You can. Is he okay to read it just so we can understand it? Is that okay? Or can I
If
say?
you entered this into evidence, you can point to your evidence that you provided on the docket there,
Yes.
Mr. Soze.
Oh, yeah. Listen, there's a lot of evidence we could go through, and we can do it one by one if you want, Mr. Bones. Okay.
Sure.
Let's
However you want to go.
let's. Did you want me to pass it over to you? Make it easier for you here. Or do you have the docket open with all the evidence ready to go?
I can get the docket open.
Okay.
I mean, which do you think is easiest?
Honestly, I feel like it'd be easier if you use the MDT to read the Constitution. But it's fine either way. We can go the long process. Let me just give me
That
1
way,
second.
or if you're just referring to what's already in the MDT, Mr. Soze, you can go and refer to that. Just look it up. Go to legislation. Look up Constitution.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be easier than going through every single picture here, I believe.
Just to keep it simple.
All right.
Okay, at the top you'll see the authorities in which the Constitution would authorize to pass law and whatnot. You can go ahead and just read it. Just you read it out loud so we can all hear it. Save us going over it or whatever.
Two bodies possess initial legislative authority in Los Santos. The sitting city council roles and the justices of Los Santos are the gateway to the implement of legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So you want me to read, or you want me to keep on going?
Yeah, a little bit further. There's a
The
better
city
paragraph.
council manifests this legislative authority by a democratic voting process on submitted legislation by any member. The justices exercise their legislative authority through the mechanism of the jurisprudence or prudence?
Jurisprudence.
Yeah. Precedents set by justices will act as common law.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so where is Los Santos?
I believe we're in it right now.
Yeah. Is Los Santos a city, a county, or a state? Or multiple? What is it to you?
I don't know.
You don't know what Los Santos is in any factor at all?
Well, I mean, there's I know it's a part of San Andreas.
What is San Andreas?
The entire island.
I mean, as in, what is San Andreas in terms of county, city, state, territory? What is San Andreas?
The state.
Okay. So, what would Los Santos be?
Part of San Andreas.
Yes. Well, that's true. Is Los Santos a city?
I don't know.
You're telling me you do not know if Los Santos is a city?
I do not know. I've seen it being called a million different things. Los Santos County, Los Santos City. There's a whole bunch.
But what are the other 999,998 things it's being called apart from the county and the city?
That's a lot. I don't know.
We just said you've heard it a million things. You just answered the two. It's a city and a county. What else? What else is it being called?
Objection asked and answered. I mean, he's given the answer like 3 times. He doesn't know.
Oh, he said 999,998 other things he's heard. So I was just trying to decipher one of them, if there is one.
He's listed a couple. He's listed the county. He's listed the state. I understand what you're getting at here, Mr. Soze. I also understand that the witness may be using a little bit of something called exaggeration when he uses that number, we characterize that as such. If there are further things that the witness can speak to, he can answer the question. If there are
I
not,
mean, those are the two that I mainly heard.
Okay. So Los Santos is in the state. San Andreas is the state, and Los Santos is in the state, correct?
Los Santos, yeah, yes.
Right. And a constitution, your understanding of that level of law and what it would impose, what authority it would be recognized as?
I'm not an expert on the Constitution in any regard.
Or the legislation, correct?
Yep.
So, you said you haven't read PCP 2.0, correct?
It's not what I said. No.
You skimmed over it, just to
Yeah, skimmed over
just
it.
to
That's
reconfirm. Are you aware what law enforcement's that covers?
I could read it.
I mean, if you want to, sure. But are you aware?
I've read it, but I don't remember exact wording on it.
Okay. And do you know what authority this comes from?
I can look. I know it was voted on by the council.
Yes. Which is from the Constitution that you just read, correct? The two authorities.
Yes.
Are the council members of state authority?
Yes.
Oh. Are you of state authority?
No.
Do you believe the okay? If you are passed down from the council, which is apparently to you of state authority, but it is a municipal government. Would you imply now that the municipal government of Los Santos is the state authority?
No, they're a part of it.
So, are they the authority of the state, or is there authority from the state?
I don't know.
Where's your authority from?
The mayor and the people I was elected by.
Okay. So, would that mean your authority is of the mayor?
Not necessarily. It's from, I guess, state agents. I guess is the best way to an agent of the state.
The mayor is an agent of the state?
Yes, he's told me that before.
The mayor has told you he is an agent of the state of San Andreas.
Yes.
You 100% he said that to you. No doubt. No question. You have other people said this to you?
I mean, I know I've heard it from him that he's an agent of the state.
Okay. Just to confirm, the mayor being Max Thoroughbred there.
Yes.
And when he said agent of the state, was he implying the mayor role is the agent of the state?
Objection, speculation.
That's going to be sustained. He couldn't speak to Mr. Thoroughbred's mindset at the time that the word was uttered. Also, Mr. Thoroughbred is here.
Sorry, what?
Which would inherently make Mr. Thoroughbred isn't here, which would inherently make this yours.
Okay. So, if the Max Thoroughbred is of the state, would that mean the municipal governments are of the state as well?
I don't know.
They're the same legislative body as stated in the Constitution. No?
I'm just not sure if the mayor and I guess the people in the council have different roles and responsibilities when it comes to state stuff. I don't know how all that stuff works.
Yes. Okay. And when you named your sheriff's department, who authorized that for you?
Myself, I got to name my own department.
And what's Blaine County mean?
Just a name. Typically, it's, I guess, the north, I guess.
Have you seen any signage that would indicate where Blaine County would and wouldn't be?
Maybe, but I don't really know exactly where it would be or what it said. I don't know. I kind of just go off of like the lingo of what people call things and just my day-to-day run-ins.
So, what's your jurisdiction?
The island.
Which is so you have the state is your jurisdiction.
You could say that, yeah.
Well, I could say that, but I'd prefer it to be factual. So, where is this authority obtained from? The PCP says Los Santos is where the enforcements are to be enacted.
Mm-hmm.
So, where do you get the Blaine County or the state authorization from?
Just kind of what we've been doing. I don't really have an exact person that's reached out, but
I'm not asking what
the
you
mayor,
think.
and he kind of gave me like a
I'm not asking what you
clarification. He
think.
was
I'm
like, "Yeah, you're
asking,
good."
defined by law, where do you get permission to go to Blaine County and patrol? If there is no law in a state, and then the state passes down authority to two authorities, being the local municipal government of Los Santos and the
Objection, counsel is
DOJ.
testifying.
I'm asking a question. I'm trying to gauge his understanding of this.
So Soze, you had left it with a question that was, as defined by law, how do you get permission to go to the county and patrol? Are you seeking to qualify that question?
I'm trying to gauge where he thinks this has happened in law. I mean, if he can answer it, that's fine, but I'm just trying to help him not have an aneurysm.
I don't think you need to lead the fish to the water to get the answer. This is direct examination. You can ask him directly. And if he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Where is the authority written in any legislation or constitution that gives you authority to patrol Blaine County and be a part of your jurisdiction?
I don't know.
Is there one?
I don't know.
So why do you believe you would have probable cause to detain anybody in a county in which you don't even know you have jurisdiction of?
Because I've been told by the mayor that I am able to do so. We've been doing it for
If the mayor told you to go and fuck yourself till you died from it, would you do it because it's law, sir?
He would. He'd do
Sustained. Sustained.
Is what the mayor says law?
No.
So, I ask again, how would you articulate any PC in that jurisdiction? You don't even know if you have any authority in that area of the state. Can you?
Well, you asked where it was
Shut
written.
up, Carmine.
Can you imply your probability. How do you
Pause.
get to this
Mr.
point?
Mr. Soze. Mr. Soze, can you pause for just a brief moment?
I can. Sorry,
Mr.
sir.
Costello, you are not a party. You are not to be speaking at this
That's not
time.
Casey's fault.
You've
It's
already been
everybody's
placed into
fault.
custody, and I've already given you a warning for speaking out of turn. I will be issuing you a contempt charge at this time. It's going to be 25 federally mandated units at Bolingbrook State Penitentiary with a $2,500 fine. Please continue, Mr. Soze. I apologize for the interruption.
That's fine. So tell me. You named your sheriff's department, Blaine County. And did anybody sign off on this, or was it passed through legislation?
Nope.
Would it not be more likely then, considering PCP says Los Santos law enforcement's that you would be of Los Santos?
Objection leading.
Rebuttal, Mr. Soze?
I mean, if he wants to sit here and argue leading so we have another 5 different questions to get to the same point instead of making this quicker, we can do that.
The question is inherently leading, however. I do need to sustain the objection. You are free to ask the questions to get there. Just don't
Sure.
put the words in his mouth.
Okay. Is there anywhere you've seen Los Santos in the legislation to be enforced as law?
I've seen the words Los Santos in legislation, yeah.
Have you seen Blaine County?
Not that I know of.
What about the Constitution?
What about it?
Have you seen Blaine County in the Constitution?
Not that I know of.
Have you seen Los Santos?
Yes.
So, and the Constitution is what all our law falls under?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, there's more legislation than that, but
Yes, of course. I mean, but the legislation is passed by the authority of the Constitution. The 2 municipal governments. Yes, okay. All right. So, considering you're a police officer, I just want to put you in a few situations to just understand, what you would do in these to verify, the whole thing the police do, which is the safety side of things. If you had if there was a loaded firearm in a fucking preschool, and somebody picked it up and took it away from the children, would you deem that a crime?
Who's picking it up?
Teacher, to move it away from the children. They don't have a license.
Depends what measures they take after that.
Well, you can you can do it just based off the picking it up and moving it away part. That's all that's happened. Have they committed a crime?
Like I said, context matters.
Is there a spirit of the law in your soul?
Yeah.
Does safety matter to you?
Yeah.
If somebody is moving the weapon away to make sure people are safe, would you charge them?
Depends, like I said.
On what?
What happens after the fact? Do they call the cops? What do they do? Are they just trying to protect people, or are they doing other things, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's nothing else happened. So the police would just have been there. Maybe they called the cops, and maybe, that's the end of the situation. They're moving the fucking weapon away from the children, and then there's police on scene. Okay? They place it away. They've moved it away, put it away where the kids can't get it.
Do they give it to the cops? Do they?
Yeah, they tell the police about it, of course. And police ask,
And they-
come up and ask and say, hey.
And they give it away and all that?
Yeah, they say there's the
I
weapon.
think they did the right thing then.
Okay. Do you think it's safe to leave a vehicle in the middle of a freeway or highway? You don't? Just I couldn't speak up. You
I
don't?
said no. Yeah, no.
Where would you think it would be safe to leave an unlocked police vehicle? Or safest, I guess.
In the hands of other police officers.
So, when you were driving on the freeways or the highway, and at that point, not sure which one it is, the off ramp to Los Santos Freeway, the vehicle was on the off ramp, correct?
I'm not sure exactly where it ended up. Somewhere near Elgin and Del Perro.
Mm-hmm. It was so you were going left to right, crossing Elgin, correct? That's the
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody was sitting in a car in the middle of a highway, you wouldn't think that was safe if it was stopped there for that person.
No, I would either I'd think that they should call the cops and be like, "Hey, this happened. I'm stranded here," or
So
get it out to the nearest parking spot or get it out of the way.
The nearest parking spot. Oh. What parking spots are there on a freeway or a highway?
Side of the road, off ramp. I mean, there's tons of things.
They're not
Tons of
parking
places.
spots.
Somewhere safer than in the middle of the freeway. If you care about
Right.
safety.
So you don't necessarily mean a parking spot, so to speak, just somewhere off the road, you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is it safer for a unlocked police vehicle that, could have weapons, any evidence, anything in it, on the side of a road, unlocked, or at a police station?
Well, in the hands of anybody but a cop, I think it's just unsafe, right?
I'm not sure. I'm asking you the question.
And restate your question, then I'll give you a yes or no.
Would it be safer for a vehicle to be that's a police vehicle that possibly has weapons, evidence, other things in it, parked on the side of a highway, unlocked, or at a police station?
If you're just giving me those two options, then I would say the police station.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And the meaning, when you read a crime in the penal code, does the name of the charge mean anything of relevance to the charge at all when you're processing it?
No, I think context matters a lot to everything that we do.
So I don't understand if you're pointing it towards the name of the charge. So, for instance, joyriding, does that have any say in how you would articulate the crime joyriding?
I go by the penal code definition, not exactly by the title of what it is.
Right. I'm asking though, you said not exactly the title, but does the title have any relevance to the charge?
No.
So, why do you think the charges aren't just named something, A, B, C, D, 4, 9?
I don't know.
So, when somebody's charged for something, the name is entirely of no relevance. Purely based on the text under it.
On what they're doing and what the law is and charges, yeah.
Okay. And if you, what's your understanding of the meaning of the word joyriding? Someone who says, I was joyriding, what do you mean without, the dictionary?
They were driving a car
meaning
that they
of
didn't
it?
have permission to drive in the first place.
Would that be the joy part or the riding part?
But I said it doesn't have context with the title. Like the
I'm asking
the title
of the
doesn't really
meaning of
have
the
any
fucking word.
meaning.
Yeah, the meaning of the word. Dictionary.
I've already
English
answered it.
language.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, so the English language doesn't matter to you? Is that what you're saying?
The
I'm asking you What is the English understanding of the word joyriding? Not the definition of the penal code. The English understanding of joyriding.
Probably somebody having a good old jolly old time riding their car. I don't know. I just know the penal code and what it means in the capacity of my job.
Well, partially know the penal code as stated, skimming through it. Okay, so just as another. Oh, actually, before we move on, were you the owner of the vehicle?
Who was the owner of the vehicle?
Were you the owner of the vehicle?
It's a shared vehicle.
Right. Do you own the vehicle?
No.
Who is it that is the majority owner of the vehicle?
Jimmy Avola is the registered owner.
And did you ask him to go out that day?
No, it was parked in the shared garage, so I have permission to drive it.
So you didn't ask for permission?
I have permission. It was a shared vehicle.
Okay, where's the permission granted? I'm just curious.
Him parking his car in the shared lot.
That gives you
police
permission.
station.
That's him
It
giving
does,
you permission.
yes.
Okay. Why is that not written in the fucking penal code?
I don't know.
I guess that's the spirit of the law or the understanding of the meaning of the word joyriding. Otherwise, you'd have to write yourself a citation and put you in jail every day, wouldn't you? You
say
are
that, yeah.
So you aren't defining it purely by the penal code.
Yeah, context matters. I already said that.
Well. Context matters for you, it appears. And where is Siobhan today?
I have no clue where she is.
Sustained. We discussed that in the sidebar. That can stay there.
I would just state that the questioning and lining would be the fact that the evidence was manipulated by Siobhan, and then she doesn't show up today for some very, very strange reason.
That is a matter that you can point to during your closing arguments, Mr. Soze.
Sure. I guess evidence. I can't ask about the evidence. Fine. Who helped you write the reports?
Siobhan.
Is that the one that I was just told I can't talk about?
You asked her whereabouts.
Yes. Is that the same person?
Yes.
Okay. And they are the person that helped you articulate any of these charges?
Yeah, she wrote down the articulation of probable cause in the report.
So the person that wrote the articulation and the probable cause in all my charges is not here today to argue or be able to come on the stand. Again.
It's in the report.
Correct. Who's to say she's not a psycho, a nut job, lying?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, he can call me insane and say that it's insane on the paper, and that's fine. I don't understand why I can't ask if they can deem her as insane or not.
Be inherently speculative, though, Mr. Soze, wouldn't it? As you're not asking of the person themselves, and you're asking of a third party.
Yes, technically. I'd still say it was
Sustained.
relevant, which was his objection.
There's
So-
no relevance calling on the witness to speculate to this. The objection is going to be sustained.
Okay. If that's the case, at this point in time, is what can you actually? I mean, since it's there, do you want to read how she articulated the charge?
I don't want to.
Well, I mean, it's probably going to be easier since it's in evidence and, the whole questioning thing. It's like, you can't tell me how you did it. You don't understand your jurisdiction, so I'm trying to understand where any PC was validated in this entire situation so I can, argue my case. Or ask you questions about it. Unless you want to tell me the PC for the charges.
I can go through them.
Sure.
Joyriding. you can't drive a police vehicle. You should have called a cop, got it to the shoulder of the road somewhere safe, called the cop.
You just said it wasn't safer to park on the side of the road than it would be at a police department, correct?
Well, the shoulder of the road, I should say.
Correct, but you said it wouldn't be safer for an open police vehicle to be on the side of the road instead of a police department.
Well, you
correct?
gave me like an option, right? But
I'm
there's-
asking
there's
you the
context,
question.
right? You're
That
driving
is
a
what you
police
said.
vehicle. You asked me what my articulation was and my reasoning on things. So I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna explain those. I would wish that
Penal
you
code.
don't cut me off because so I can go through them.
Go for it.
The resisting arrest. Whenever I was trying to get you detained or put in handcuffs, because you wouldn't give me ID or anything like that, you wouldn't face away. I also tackled you, tried to put you in cuffs. You resisted those as well. The
Correct.
possession of Class 2, you were holding it and using a Class 2, which was a fully automatic firearm, which was the M4.
At
The
this
attempted
point,
murder.
you would have PC for everything. It's irrelevant. Tell me the PC for the joyriding and the first initial detainment.
You were driving a police vehicle that you didn't have permission to drive, and you did not go through the proper measures. Instead, you personally drove that vehicle all the way up to Sandy Shores when it wasn't even the closest police station. You never called the cop. You basically just left me stranded there on the side of the road.
Okay. And when you mean closest police station, would you mean by bird's eye view
Distance.
or
Just distance. I'm going off of.
by bird's eye view or by road travel?
Distance.
As in like road travel, or you're saying by bird's eye view, a direct line? I'm trying to understand by road or by direct line.
Direct line.
Did you expect me to fly through buildings?
I didn't expect you to drive up to Sandy Shores when you could have just parked on the shoulder or called the cop or done anything.
Why is it illogical for me to drive to your sheriff's department to give you your vehicle?
Because you can't drive a cop car.
Can't do it, son. You can't. I done said so.
Mm-hmm.
So safety goes out the window only when you believe it should. Only when it helps you swing your understanding of the law around in which you don't know the jurisdiction of.
Objection leading.
So I'm going to ask you to refrain from testifying and/or leading. Ask the question directly.
Listen,
that's one thing, but you're adding a lot of flavor.
Okay, yeah. Listen, we could be here all day, but that'll do me. You just relax there, Bones. Maybe look at the legislation or something.
All right. I've crossed it.
You got cross-examination if Mr. Whitlock wants to ask anything.
I do not.
Okay, Mr. Bones, you are good to go. Go and step down. Thank you.
United States from America.
Mr. Soze, the next witness.
What's it? Dicklin, whatever his name is.
Declan.
Yeah, Declan, that's it.
Senior Officer Crane. Mr. Binder, sir, you're still under oath to vigor.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. What's an insane rambling to you?
So you ever hear someone try to defend One Piece as like anything more than mid? It's like that.
I have no idea what you just said. Oh, you mean the TV show? Yeah. Yeah.
It's like let me put it this way: an insane rambling would be if someone was like, "Krillin is the best character in Dragon Ball Z," and then talked for 30 minutes.
And is it often people? I mean, in your experience, if people are speaking in insane things, if they're generally not insane, it could be used in jest or as a comedic effect.
Wait, what?
Okay. You know what? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I don't have any further questions.
Nothing else for this witness, Mr.
All right.
Soze?
Yeah, Mr.
Declan, stay here. Stay here.
Sorry.
Here, I have to ask your counsel if they have any
Oh,
questions
yeah.
for you first.
I do not.
All right, now you can go, sir.
Hey.
Thank you for your testimony. Soze, your next witness.
Mr. Charles.
Bobby. Why not? For the record, if Mr. Costello continues to be a good boy, you don't need to send him to prison. Just the final suffice.
He's probably gonna want a bench trial. Benny Pistone said he's scared of Carmine and he feels intimidated, so he's trying to press stalking charges.
Strange.
He's a
I feel oddly conflicted.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe another judge
not
can.
taking that either. So I'm sure you'll find one.
All right, Mr. Soze. As a reminder, Mr. Charles, you're under oath.
Hey, buddy.
Yo.
Did you ever see a search warrant signed by a judge to get the information out of your phone?
No.
Are you aware of the constitutional right that any search and seizure, for it to be lawful, requires a signed warrant by a judge?
Was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you charged for treason?
It was not clean as a whistle, not a felon.
So there was no group of people causing a riot against the state authority that you're aware of?
No, not aware of anything like that.
And when you said you were going to kill them, who were you talking about?
In my understanding of how stand your ground works, it also applies to people around you that are being hurt. So I had some aspirations of hurting the people that I believe wrongfully shot you.
Have you seen anywhere in the legislation or constitution that says any actually law enforcement from Los Santos have authority in another jurisdiction?
No, I have not.
And Blaine County to you, where is that?
I'd say Vinewood and up, maybe from the winery and up, or maybe just Bolingbrook and up, somewhere around that general. Once you leave Vinewood, I guess maybe past the Vinewood sign.
Mm-hmm. And Los Santos is what, a city, state, or county, or which of them to you?
City.
And you would deem yourself as a pretty standard person of Los Santos?
I am the hero of Los Santos. Former warden, too.
You were the warden of Los Santos?
The warden of Bolingbrook Penitentiary, but former hero, too. Current hero.
The prosecutor that was filing the PC for all this, Siobhan, are you understanding of her? You know her? I mean,
Yes, the Supreme Leader's First Lady.
Supreme Leader.
Supreme Leader, God Emperor, Maximilian Thoroughbred.
Does he tell you to call him that?
No, I say it on my own. Well, I say it on my own.
Does he say he is the mayor or is the state to you as well?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Once again, Mr. Thoroughbred is not here and was not called as a witness, which both parties had the opportunity to do.
Sure. Siobhan, she's the council member, correct?
Yes.
And she signed off the legislation for DOC, as did the mayor.
Yes, yes. I believe the whole council has to agree.
And did the DOC legislation say that EMS vehicles and police vehicles were not to respond to the DOC?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
I'm articulating.
Witness already answered the question.
Okay, well, fine. And in the Constitution, are you aware of our constitutional rights to be protected by the people in this government?
I am aware that the government serves its purpose to adhere to the people.
Have you read the impeachment part of the Constitution?
I have. I actually have.
Are you aware of the gross negligence section?
Yeah, I am.
Would you be able to explain that to me or do you understand it in your own words? You remember?
I can recite the parts that I remember.
Sure, that will work.
Recklessly or negligently putting people in danger. I think that was it. I remember recklessly and the negligence part involving putting people in danger knowingly.
Yes. Well, yes. So, when from your, so you were the warden or what did you say, the warden?
I was
or the,
temporarily relieved from my post.
No, but what were you at that point?
Was instated as the warden.
And was there often violence and issues inside the state
Objection
penitentiary?
relevance.
I'm building a foundation that the person that wrote PC and encouraged all these charges is in fact in breach of the Constitution, which is the only state law, which is the only authority of the state. Yet I am the one being charged for treason, and I believe it would help indicate the absolute monstrosity of a failure that this case is in its entirety. So it's quite a fundamental point I'm making, sir, which probably went over your head.
Mr. Whitlock, I'll hear a rebuttal.
I just am unsure how anything that has to do with legislation or anything related to the prison has any relevance to an incident that occurred at the sheriff's office.
I mean, I've explained it, so.
Give us just a moment. What do you think here? What do you think here? Think this is particularly relevant, honestly? Really, no one is gonna like he's trying to draw parallels to the prison and violations that may happen there, but there are other venues to raise the complaint. Objection is going to be sustained, Mr. Soze. I understand what you are attempting to do here. We're attempting to draw
Can I have a
parallels to.
sidebar so you could tell me what I'm attempting to do, sir? Just so we know.
Sure, you'd like a sidebar.
I just wouldn't want to, spread out in the courtroom what you're telling me I'm allegedly saying.
Well, no, it's clear. I'm not telling you what you're allegedly saying. I see that it's clear you're trying to draw parallels to what was enacted to the prison, and what you believe to be a misuse of state authority, to undermine the case that is drawn against you, because you believe that the case or the legislation in question was written by Ms. Thoroughbred, who you believe to be prosecuting you in this instance.
Yes, I'm
you
trying
are trying to create an
to.
argument that this is in bad faith because since she
No,
violates the Constitution.
I'm trying to
she
show
is
their
violating it.
incompetence and understanding of the law.
That's fine. The only issue is that we need to keep it relevant to the charges that are placed against you. We don't need to bring in that matter from the outside.
So the evidence in which she has filed and the PC is based off, and the competency of that is not relevant to the case against her. This is a very big issue I've had with
That
you.
is, but
and
you're
the facts
bringing in-
of a case in which you allow people to not allege something but imply I've done something publicly with absolutely no logical reason to do in a criminal proceeding. Nowhere in the United States of America is anybody able to do some shit like this. So I'm curious why today we can do it again.
Sure, I'd be glad to answer that question, Mr. Soze. The matter that is here today pertains to the charges that have been laid against your name. You are invoking matters that occurred at Bolingbrook State Penitentiary several months ago through a piece of legislation that bears no relevance to the charges that are laid against your name. You are trying to use that to characterize the individuals who have laid these charges against you. I understand your argument, and it is one that you can bring in closing. It is not something that bears relevance to witness testimony because it does not prove your innocence or guilt.
I beg to differ, but sure. If there's a probability that they, in themselves, are being negligent or not understanding of the law, how do you believe that that wouldn't have a probability in my case in which we are charged based on what is probable?
Simple, sir. Because you are asking a witness who is not either of those parties either to characterize that through their lens when they don't have the proper experience or ability to do so.
Sure, okay. Somebody that was appointed as a law enforcement agency in Los Santos doesn't have the same ability as another law enforcement agency, okay? He was just as equipped as the sheriff. He was a warden, sir. I don't understand how you think that is not of equal value.
That is a matter of a disagreement.
Well, it's not a disagreement. It's literally how authority
why we're here to
works.
interpret the law.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Based on
So be it. No, that's exactly how authority works. Sorry about that, Bobby. You know what? I don't think I can ask you any questions about this case because it might go against the opinions of other people. So I think they just called you stupid, Bobby. You're free to stand down.
Oh yeah, they called me stupid like they called me a bitch that one time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Whitlock.
Oh.
Just a couple
Mr.
questions.
Whitlock.
Hey, Bobby. You showed up at the sheriff's office because of Koil Soze, right?
Yes.
And you agreed to a phone subpoena, right?
Yeah.
That interrogation was a
Hey,
while
buddy.
ago.
You feel
What's
like
up, boss?
throwing out any
No, I am the hero of Los Santos. I have a
tweets
lot on
soon
my
or
mind.
what?
I threw out a few. Did you
Yes
see
or
them?
no question, Bobby.
Oh, maybe you
agreed
could
to a phone subpoena?
Do
I
some
can't
more?
remember.
Yeah, do a few in a minute here.
I have no questions.
Okay.
I'll
I'm currently,
I'll shoot you a text momentarily, and you can do it again.
all right. Yeah.
Yeah, pal.
All right. Based on those questions, Mr. Soze, I know you were taking a very important phone call there.
No, I don't want to talk
do you
to
have
this
any?
guy.
Do you have any redirect for the witness? No further questions for the witness, Mr. Soze.
Nope.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Now, Mr. Soze, would you like to highlight evidence at this point in time, or would you rather do that as part and parcel of your closing statement, sir?
I'll just do a closing statement.
Do you need time to prepare that closing statement, sir?
Absolutely not, sir. I speak from the heart, as always.
Very well.
Honesty
Mr.
is an
Whitlock,
easy gateway to the truth.
Okay. Mr. Whitlock, do you need time to prepare your closings?
I do not.
Do you rest your defense then, Mr. Soze, at this point?
Yup.
All right, we can go ahead and move to closing statements then. Mr. Whitlock, the floor is going to be yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, Your Honors.
The judges do have jurisdiction.
The court today
It's
has
not like
4
that for
questions
judges.
before it. Does conspiring with at least one other individual to commit armed rebellion against the jurisdictional authority of the sheriff's office rise to the level of denying the authority of the state? And if so, do the actions taken by Koil Soze with Bobby Charles and Sheriff Bones rise to the level of incitement, even if unsuccessful at rallying more to his cause? Lastly, third, Does one need to merely engage in rebellion on one's own to be guilty of treason? Or does the mere act of incitement meet the level? And when is the line of civil disobedience crossed into treason? We have testimony that Koil Soze did engage in rebellion against the state. We have no testimony to the contrary. We have evidence that he posted to encourage others to question the state's authority. We have evidence, messages with Bobby Charles, where Mr. Soze had attempted to incite Mr. Charles to rebellion. We have heard testimony that Koil Soze used high-grade weaponry to defend his rebellion against the authorities of the state. We have evidence that he did so in the People's Aid. We have his testimony to Sheriff Bones under Miranda in the People's Aid, confirming that he wrote the manifesto denying state authority. We have probable cause for detainment, where the further escalating actions taken by the defendant began occurring prior to contact from Jeffrey Bones. This shows in the timeline of events that Koil Soze began reaching out to others and posting his manifesto prior to Jeffrey Bones' attempt at detainment for joyriding. Soze never had any intent to comply. He never had any intent to recognize the authority of the state. I'm surprised he even showed up to court today, since the Constitution doesn't give judges power to do anything in his eyes for events taking place outside of city limits. I don't deny the authority of this court to decide events outside of city limits.
This guy's actually
Otherwise,
fucking dumb.
this court would be forced to vacate every judgment it has made in the last 6 months where events took place outside city limits. This task is reprehensible in the scope of its idiocy. The ability of applied powers cannot be denied within the Constitution, nor their impact on the framework of government. Laws exist to bind everyone under the geographical area. No one isn't bound, else the laws of the land would not mean dick. Between these alternatives, there is no middle ground. Certainly, all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. As Alexander Hamilton stated in the Federalist Papers, among the most formidable of the obstacles which the new Constitution will have to encounter may readily be distinguished the obvious interest of a certain class of men in every state to resist all changes, which may hazard a diminution of power, emolument, and consequence of the offices they hold or held under the state establishments, and the perverted ambition of another class of men who will either hope to aggrandize themselves by the confusions of their countrymen, or will flatter themselves with fair prospects of elevation from the subdivision of the empire into several partial confederacies, than from its union under one
Fuck is this
government.
guy even saying?
That man is standing before us today. Well, actually, he's sitting now, but Koil Soze. You don't have to live here, Mr. Soze. If you can't abide by this government, I'm sure your rhetoric will bring you much success in other jurisdictions. You don't have to stay here in this state, but residency does require a certain level of buy-in to our republic.
Guy's low-key cooking. He's absolutely fucking
Koil
stupid.
Soze left
He based
Officer Bones
all of
stranded,
this saying
took
that
his
I
car without
questioned
permission,
the
twatted for Bobby
state. I
Charles to
didn't go
call,
against the state.
posted a manifesto
The
on
entire
sheriff's
thing
office
is a
wall by Martin
failure.
Luther with his 95 Theses. Spoke with Bobby Charles. Bobby was immediately evinced by the text and evidence incited to rebellion at the location where Koil Soze was. Words declaring his acts as in defiance of the state were uttered by Koil Soze and followed up on with Class 2 violence against officers in their capacity as law enforcement. The charge of treason does not specify more than one individual taking part as required, nor inherent to the charge. Common sense should be applied when considering jurisprudence renders common law. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the court, and your honors.
Surprised he didn't do it with an Irish accent with him. Siobhan's hand was up his ass.
Shut the fuck up, Robin.
Please don't swear in the courtroom.
Mr. Ferrara.
Oh, was I yelling? Sorry.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
You
we
were
heard every
yelling.
word.
It was very loud. And as a bar certified attorney yourself, I expected much better of you, sir. We'll be speaking to you after this.
Understood.
Mr. Soze, once again, I apologize for the interruption. You may begin your closing argument.
The first thing you got to notice is I'm not going to be reading my shit from a script, okay? This isn't something that I predetermined. This is just my knowledge and my understanding. I am not a fucking robot to somebody else. These people over here are prosecuting me, not understanding a legislation and a constitution and the difference between either. A constitution and how it is labeled right now is the power of the state because it is authorized by them to give these two municipal governments or entities in the governments power to make their laws. This doofus just said me questioning a state law is that of treason. My friend, my friend, my friend. If that is the case, we are all treasonous. You are a moron. And in saying that, if you want to go onto the opposite parallel of what you're saying and the danger in which you're about to authorize would imply that any citation, whether it be a speeding ticket or anything else, if you have pled guilty, would have gone against the authority of the state and of the laws. Sir, you are fucking stupid. Excuse my French, I'm sorry. Listen, if a state entity is of the state, and there is no state entities inside this government or inside the penal code as an authority, then it's impossible to go against the state or of their law. It is not possible unless you go against the Constitution. And as I was suggesting, the only people that have gone against the Constitution was the person you were working with to prosecute me, sir, in which you have done nothing about, okay? There was gross negligence confirmed by Mr. Bobby Charles himself, the warden, which indicated there was no EMS inside the goddamn jail where a police officer died in the process, and these assholes are the ones prosecuting me. The only form of state law is the Constitution, sir. There is a big difference between of and from. Otherwise, with your implications, a citation is federal law and of the federal authority. You are stupid, and how you got this job is beyond me. The fact I am here on a treason charge, being charged by people that aren't here, that should be on a treason charge, is a joke in itself, okay? This man is claiming he had PC, while his doofus lawyer is saying the same, and neither of them can understand what jurisdiction is, or to even understand if he had jurisdiction. He doesn't know. How could it be probable that he knows he has PC if he doesn't know he has jurisdiction? You are stupid. None of these charges should stick or are probable even by the man himself that detained me. All I did was question a law and try to question the jurisdiction so we could grow as a state, and I was detained, charged, and put in jail by somebody that didn't understand what the fuck he was doing. I don't know what else I can say apart from the entire thing is fucking stupid, and the fact it is happening and you're allowing it to happen is just as fucking stupid, okay? If I do rebel against the Los Santos government, it isn't going against the state. It would be for the state at this point in time. You are fucking stupid!
Bro, that's it. That's the insane rambling. That's it, bro.
Fucking Bobby, bro.
Thank you for your impassioned arguments, Mr. Soze. Does that conclude
It's
your
not an
statement?
argument, it's a statement, and it's factual. And that is concluded, sir, yes.
All right, well, at this time, Judge Angel and myself will be placing the court into recess. We have quite a bit to go over. A number of nuances within our laws to review in determining this verdict. And we will go ahead and do so. We're going to go and place the court into recess. I'm going to go and allow free movement. We will put out an announcement when a verdict is going to be ready to allow a time for individuals to return. Court is in recess until such time.
Thank you, everyone.
Your Honor, can Carmine be let out of these confinement cuffs?
Nope.
Oh, God damn it.
We leave matters of detention like that to the police.
Pertaining to the contempt, not really my business anymore, but it sounds like he's under arrest for a separate charge this time, sir.
Yep.
Because the judge revoked the
all right
the prison time, so it's just a fine now.
Oh, yeah, then go ahead.
Hi,
I mean,
Bear.
it's the second time this
Howdy.
happened, so it's not that interesting. But I
What is
do
this
need to know
uniform?
what happened.
It's an old state police uniform. Somebody who doesn't understand jurisdiction's wearing it, apparently.
Understood.
How you doing? You been working out?
Stop losing weight.
Yeah, it's just the shirt. It's a bit tight. It's my brother's.
Take
It's even tied around the balls. Hey, appreciate it.
And this.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be back in bear mode in no time. This is sodium. Hey, listen.
I don't want a challenge that's easy.
When they put me in jail after this, can you throw some more protein over the fence in there for us? I won't tell nobody.
Understood, Bear.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You know it's bad when you have people that technically you would consider your peers don't care about you.
Status on channel 1.
On Fire's awesome. Yeah, On Fire's amazing, bro. Dude, it's refreshing running into people that are full-blown characters and you just, you know what you're getting, but at the same time, you don't know what you're going to get.
Well, my standpoint is she should not have any power over any kind of body of she should not have any kind of power that is actually.
Fire for state troopers. Fuck the state troopers, dude. All they need is a legislation that says they got fucking county jurisdiction. They'll be able to do it. Like the fact that this guy said you can't question the state law and emphasize his entire closing argument on that was just, huh? You're allowed to question it. You're not allowed to go against the authority of the law. That's the difference. Questioning it isn't going against it and its authority. That's literally what democracy is.
That is from Cantor's phone.
What happens if you're guilty on all charges? Nothing. I don't know. Whatever.
Because the only other person that would literally.
There's no way ever to go against like a state entity in the way I perceive it. It's just their argument is very illogical. If citations are now federal charges and you can get treason on them, I don't know, dude. Like the implication is that like, hey, if Soze wins this, then that means people that were detained up in that jurisdiction might be overturned. But the worst part is if they prove it, and this is why I wanted to say that at the end, that if I am guilty, now every citation could have been treason. So no matter what, you need to set a precedent, which is all that needed to happen from the get-go.
Impassioned speech. Never have I heard such words ring true before in this city.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
are
have a devil
you're
right mind.
Jesus. You're Jesus, so you know that.
Maybe.
And they're the Roman guy that wants to crucify. What's his name?
Oh, fuck
Pontius
if I know.
something.
Nobody remembers that guy.
Nobody does. They remember Jesus though. And I'm Peter. I'm not Judas. I'm not Judas. I'm not. So say I'm not Judas. I'm Peter. I'm Peter, the most devout. Right? So when you reach greatness,
Why
just
does it
remember
sound like
me.
Carmine is literally calling himself Judas.
I was there. I was there. Never would I betray you for 10 golden coins. I worship the ground you walk upon.
10 golden coins, huh?
Wasn't it 10?
I don't know. I've got no idea. I don't recall. You think I fucking read that shit? I ain't read a fucking book in my life. I only just started reading the Constitution and shit because I wanted to fuck with Bones. I thought he'd find it funny, but apparently he wanted to put me in jail for joyriding by returning his vehicle. That man over there that I trained for years.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to him?
Yeah.
What happened to integrity and respect and just the law?
I couldn't tell you. I want you to know I knew you were coming back, so I stayed out of the police force in anticipation for the chosen one to come.
What you think? They somehow magically made me a fucking state police officer again? You know I'm going back to jail, right?
No, you're not.
Yeah, we got messages.
My eggs are already in your basket, dude. You can't do that.
1 second, let me just.
I'm gonna ride your coattail to the top, Soze. You can't be a homeless, blabbering, fucking soothsayer. What you're saying is true, right? You believe what you're saying?
Oh
I
no,
do.
I believe what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. It is the understanding of the law. These guys are. You cannot listen. Treason of versus from. Are you from America?
Yes.
Yes. Are you from Los Santos?
Yeah.
Are you wait? If you're from America, doesn't that mean you're a Fed?
Oh, this is the janitor thing you were
Hang on
talking
a
about.
second.
Oh, you know what? I get it. I've been blackpilled. They think they're the chef, but they're not. They're just the waiters. They bring out the good food that the chef cooks.
Hey Murphy, how bad is the FU Act?
Hopefully you don't go for treason, because then I'm gonna be emotionally bankrupt. You got this, Soze.
I did what I did.
Okay.
I believe in transparency, so I would just like show it to you, but I'm not gonna do or say anything that could be used to jeopardize the case. So until I have permission to submit it to the docket from the judge, because it's an internal document, yeah, I had to keep that under wraps.
Hey.
Hello?
Is it possible to get that judge the Adams one with Siobhan, like so it shows the entire phone, or is it Gonski?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're about to come in and probably charge me or whatever with the bullshit. So I'd love for
The
it to
one
happen
where
to be
he's
perfect.
talking, the one where he's talking about taunting me.
Yeah. I just wanted to show that it was to her, right? And just so it shows the correlation.
Okay, let me go check. I'm gonna go check.
Yeah. There's the head of the bar and shit here. So.
Okay.
What was that?
From my
I think all the judges are very much based on the opinion of what others have fed into them rather than what was just argued. So I will likely go to jail for the same shit.
You guys openly.
Who's talking about what? You lost.
But the thing is, we got to force a precedence, right? And it will show that they don't make sense, and that's what this text message is for. There was a little bit more to it. The court case is irrelevant again, chat, okay? You don't understand. The people and the court are corrupt and stupid. The DOJ is entirely wrong on how this is done. The fact that I couldn't argue the evidence and PC of a person that wrote it and wasn't here, while they also couldn't claim that they didn't know if they had their own jurisdiction or were in the jurisdiction, how could you think as a police officer it is probable, that they'd have the power to detain somebody at that point? You wouldn't, because you don't know if you have jurisdiction.
An expedited vote for the council to decide who gets impeached by vote, by majority, not even a unanimous vote, but just a simple majority vote. So I drafted the articles of impeachment with the actual evidence that was reasonable to use in the impeachment and presented it in the form of a council document 24 hours ahead of time so that it would be transparent and he would have the opportunity to refute or defend against the claims made against him, and also to make sure that
I guess talk to him or like dap people for is corrosive.
Oh, hey guys.
I called him to shoot. Had a Soze.
What's up, Soze?
Did you do a motion to remove Siobhan from the court documents or anything?
I didn't. You can ask the prosecution though, but yeah, I didn't.
What happened? Do you know?
Do I know what happened to her?
Yeah, he said she's in ICU and she, she was fucked up.
I didn't say that. You told me to fuck off whenever we were at the sidebar.
No. Wait. Is she in ICU? I swear you came over there and you said that. You ended up staying, didn't you? Am I fucking
No,
high?
I left. You told me to fuck off. I left, and then you guys discussed it.
Oh, wait. So you don't even know she's in ICU?
I do know.
Oh, okay.
Well, I know she was as of last night.
What happened? Do you know?
Well, shit.
I'm not gonna disclose all that.
Why not?
Don't want to.
Work out your jurisdiction yet?
I don't know.
I mean, with your understanding of the PCP 2.0, would it be more probable your jurisdiction's in Los Santos and not Blaine County at the moment?
I think we're gonna find out.
Oh, no. They got to tell you you're right. You see, this judge has messages from Siobhan, and they were also talking about the terrorism trial with each other, and they were the ones that were also involved in that. So what's going to happen is I'm likely going to go to jail, and whatever comes from this is something that was already predetermined, like the last case. No matter what I argue, even if it's safety for the joyriding to protect people, or if you don't have jurisdiction, or if it's of or not of state law, I will go to jail because it's irrelevant. Hey,
You don't think Angel will step in? And maybe
I don't have
say
that
something?
phone anymore.
It's a
You
panel.
talking about the
It's not
Norman
just
Adams
one
one?
judge, right?
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. Just whatever.
All
Just
right, I got some other Siobhan ones I can send out though.
I mean, apparently, yeah, they're not around. Apparently, they're in ICU or something.
Oh.
No free
Yeah.
health care,
Yeah, they are.
$5,000 per
Oh.
hospital visit,
Interesting.
removal of hands.
Okay. Do you know what happened there? Was that pizza?
Well, I took a little
Nah, not really.
play out of your book and brought out a hammer.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I didn't need to hear about the pizza. I'm not hungry at the moment, but I appreciate it, my friend.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
See
up,
you,
Cantor?
pal.
Pretty good. Pretty, all things considered, pretty good. Yep. What about you?
First case.
Hey, go ahead
turned
and
into a mistrial.
my bad. Go
The
ahead and
first
just look into the Twitter right there and just search Mr. K and go to the bottom image there, and there's Mr. Norman Adams right there with text messages to Siobhan while the other shit was happening, just to give you an idea of how corrupt and fucking stupid these are. And there's also one above it. These guys talking about and colluding, just like you guys do, actually, to get your PC.
That?
Hey, that's something. Mr. Adams, the judge that's about to prosecute me, was in cahoots with Siobhan. The one that you were working for.
Wait, I don't understand what this.
Oh,
I don't
Mr.
understand what these
K.
text messages are.
When they were getting done for terrorism, that's the judge that did it. He pretty much there's more of that, but it's essentially him saying he hates him, doesn't give a fuck about him. So just the whole predetermined thing. Out of curiosity, Cornwood, what did you feel about the jurisdiction input? Or did you not hear it?
I came in kind of late, but yeah, I mean, as far as just my general opinion.
Oh, you actually were part of the legislation. The PCP says the law enforcement agencies of Los Santos, correct?
Oh, yes.
Why does anybody think they'd have the other?
Now, I
the
actually
other
didn't
county?
vote. I actually didn't vote for the PCP.
Yeah, I think you might have been abstained or something like that from memory.
Yeah, I said I'm sitting this one out. Y'all can do what you want.
Right. Actually, you know what? Maybe
It was
maybe,
2.0 actually.
Yeah.
I didn't vote for the first one. I wasn't involved.
Yeah, I'm just curious though. Like, do you not think that if a government's going to pass a legislation, which would be authorized by the state, that if they wanted to take extra state land or have jurisdiction, wouldn't they just add it to the legislation?
Yeah, maybe.
And how else do you guys think jurisdictions are defined? Just by
Well,
the mayor saying
as
something?
far as our jurisdiction goes, we have jurisdiction in the whole state.
Well, that's
And we even referred
that
to
would
the-
be
the-
of the state, yeah, but that ain't it. You see how the state Andrea State Police on the side here works. I don't actually have authority to do necessarily everything in the state, but it does give me permission to run on the state highways and whatever other jurisdictions I'd have been authorized to, which would have been Blaine County and Los Santos. It's the same thing with so there's a national park here with the rangers. I didn't actually know this, but that would mean they'd need federal authority in that area to write citations and whatnot. But that doesn't mean they have federal authority on everything. That's just not how it works. You need to have that in paper, otherwise you ain't got shit.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, our jurisdiction is the whole state. That's what we were always told. We were part of the state police. The UPD is like the San Andreas State Police, technically.
Who told you that?
That's what I was told. Oh, that's what I was told. I mean, shit, that's what I was under the impression of from.
I mean, listen,
as soon as
I'm
came
gonna be honest with you. I would have came in here and had the same impression as well. But then I read the Constitution because I was fucking with Bones over here, and he tried to get all butthurt over it. But the reality is, an impression versus what the Constitution says is a much different argument. So the real reality even for me is I likely would have been patrolling these streets if I was a police officer doing the exact same shit, just thinking that my government was the one that was looking after me. But the reality is they've fucked us in the ass, and nobody has actually a lot of people are against it right now. A lot of lawyers, even the head of the bar over there, is trying to sue these motherfuckers. But it isn't really a failure of the police either way. It's a failure of how the Constitution gets power from the state and how it's written. Because the reality is, law is what's written, not what's said. So that's just how it is, I guess.
That's fair. I mean, hell, even pretty sure even our like a lot of our documents are official, like roster and shit. I'm pretty sure it's listed as San Andreas.
Maybe.
So
ain't the law though. That's SOPs and a lot of probably copy pasting from back in my day. The guy that was controlling it back then that probably
I
would have an
remember.
understanding of how the
we had a hell of a
law
good
would have
time.
worked. Yeah, it was good times. Good times. Real good
Yeah.
times. Nothing like riding up and down the highway and making fun of Tony Andrews all day.
Yeah, grabbing Marlowe and holding him over the damn bridge.
Yeah.
What?
That was
Training
good shit.
police officers to tell them what PC is, and they don't know
Yeah.
the jurisdiction.
Yeah, the standards of proof and all that.
Yeah, it's good shit. Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen after this, Colewood, but just keep your guys' heads on a swivel because the unruly unrest is probably going to be a reckoning from a lot of people, no matter the outcome.
You think?
Yeah, hell.
Oh, I know.
Who do you think's coming?
The people.
Yeah,
The
what
most
people?
powerful. The people of Los Santos and the people of Blaine County. I've seen the Blaine County patrolling in cars 4 or 5 deep like it's the cartel.
What?
Mm-hmm. They already getting mobile up there and making sure people don't speed and whatnot, doing what needs to be done to enforce and encourage safety.
Well, that's good. I love that.
Hey, Bones.
What's up, Soze?
When these assholes let a Ziz die inside the jail and there was no way for EMS to respond, why didn't you do something about that?
What? Do you even know what happened?
Yeah, he got thrown out of a fucking helicopter inside the jail when it was
Do you
deemed
know
that
who
no
was holding the
EMS.
fucking? Do you know who's holding that person? Is
This is the difference between me and you, Bones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this from a law perspective, not from my heart. But that don't mean my heart don't break for Aziz. My
it's
heart
not
breaks
logical.
even more.
EMS, they wouldn't even let EMS touch them if they tried.
Right.
They were holding his body as like negotiation power.
Oh.
to try and be free.
Okay. So you're saying
With
that,
guns. We had a whole firefight having to breach the prison to try and get his body out of there.
Yeah,
Right,
we
right.
went. We
So
went.
listen,
It would not have mattered.
Listen, buddy. If you got to read a penal code and put me in charge as a joyrider when I'm just returning your vehicle, but you won't read the
I'm
legislation.
just countering what your point is.
No, motherfucker,
your
you
point
are
was
not. You
there's
don't
no
understand
EMS,
the
but
point.
you're not thinking logically.
You're
at all.
not understanding the fucking point at all. You will read a penal code and use that as the law, but you won't read the legislation and constitution. And the constitution being the state law, you will not impose that how it's written. You will use whatever bullshit argument, just like these DOJ pricks, to have your own way, just so it makes sense to you instead of makes sense of the law.
There. I'm just going off of the exact
Okay,
example
the
that
Constitution
you gave me, right?
says gross negligence, okay, is impeachable. That is a state law, all right? When somebody writes a legislation and authorizes it that EMS and police will not respond to a jail, which creates an element of gross negligence, that is against the authority of the state. And that is literally the only way to get treasoned. And if you were fucking not stupid and would listen to me when I was talking to you out the front of that police department, you would have understood my point of view. It was, you really think I wrote that shit on the wall because I wanted to run the state? And it wasn't in jest? Are you fucking stupid, Bones?
You still said that you were a state trooper. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you were doing.
No,
there
I
that just
asked.
makes no sense. Well, you were like, well, if this doesn't happen, then I'm still a state trooper. That's not
Yeah.
asking.
In jest. Well, it is. It depends. You can ask, well, I'm still a state trooper. It's all about the tone, son. It is a question. There is a question to a statement, and it's a rhetorical one. And it's very clear that when it's rhetorical, it's likely done in jest, my friend. Or at least, people that can, I guess read people, I guess. Either way, Bones, the fact that you wouldn't have put me in jail on joyriding, I just want you to know that I think you're a fucking pathetic human, okay? And the fact that you won't read over the Constitution or the legislation in which Siobhan passed, and you're there allowing that to happen, even though it's written just like the penal code is written, and you're not going to do nothing about it, just shows me that you're not for the people. And trust me, if I go to jail, it don't matter. You're never going to be sheriff again, because those people up there got to listen to me. I can walk down the streets of these goddamn streets wherever I want. Ain't nobody fucking touching me. Nobody. Police ain't touching me. The people ain't touching me. You know who they got to fuck with? If you see a cop walking down there, they got to pull him inside of that car and start fucking robbing them, taking their shit and beating the fuck out of them. Because ain't nobody got to respect you. Because you don't have anything to respect. You don't have a soul no more, sir. You don't have anything you believe in. You need to start thinking about yourself and your morals and stop thinking about the people around you. That's what makes a man, okay? That's what makes a man understand the law and have a moral and have an understanding of what he wants to be as a human. You don't have none of that. You need to find that self in your son, and maybe one day you can be a man. Till then, though, I want you to know that you're a coward. No matter the outcome.
Glad you walked away from that in your Halloween costume.
Okay, so now it's 6 weeks. Now it's
Yes, I
this is what I'm talking about.
got my timings messed up.
You want to
I
gaslight
apologize.
me? You want to say, oh, it's 4 weeks
No,
ago?
correcting myself
Wait,
right
no,
now.
you proved me wrong. Oh, it's actually 6 weeks ago.
Well, yeah. When presented with facts and that what I say, I readjust.
I didn't actually trade him.
Think about
I
it
think
more
I got
and
him into the vehicle shit, right? The pursuit team.
Facts, no facts.
I did that for sure.
Point is,
Dude actually drives like a
I've got
demon.
Nothing but disrespect and incoherent, disorganized ideas thrown at me.
Nobody needs to hurt
verbally over the
Bones.
phone and
The
all
thing is
that
with
shit,
Bones,
and then fucking
even as a Soze point of view,
What about
disappointment in his understanding is the reason he's saying it in hopes that he will learn. There's a bigger difference between dealing with Siobhan knowing that they know what they're doing is fucking dumb, or they're in a delusion. I just think he's naive.
Okay.
What about the one where there was a driver in a laundromat that got shot because another?
If this
person
fails
ran
again,
over
oh,
the
it's gonna
car?
fail 100%. The reality is,
Oh no, you already had that.
it's
one,
irrelevant
apparently. No,
to
you
the
already
point
had
of
that
what
one. You
Soze
worked on
wants,
it.
right? It's not like I want to be a police officer. I don't want to be the
You
mayor.
already had that one.
I just want the law to be fixed, and it's going to happen.
Now look,
Okay.
I'm
Ain't no
being
way the
honest
sheriff's
with
gonna
you
stay the
here.
same, and ain't no way the
Very
mayor's gonna
sensitive right now.
stay the same after all
Like,
this, no matter what they
I've been
do.
Very honest.
I got nothing to lose.
even half the police force, I think, would
I'll tell you to go fuck
vote for other. Depends who it is, of course. Depends who it is and what they argue. But if I feel like if there was a stable person that sensibly argued the point, and showed the issues in which they created, then I don't think there would be much
bias about me and wants to not give me feedback or give me
of
bad
a. I think they'd be able to do it, even with the viewership and whatnot. The thing is, though, you got people panicking. Murphy over here, he's a coward, chat. I don't care what you say. Even though he seems like he's on my side, he's a coward.
You are the head of bar.
But at least he's got some sort of formality to understand when it's time to step away and push against
try
them.
and make the DOJ better, correct?
Everybody that knows what has happened is a coward. And basically what's going to happen is all the cowards are going to split apart and go against each other. And it's already happening.
So then
They don't know it's happening, but it's happening, okay? And what that will cause is turmoil, and then the votes will entirely change because no one will rely on anybody. And then, you know, we're at where we need to be. The laws will be forcibly changed because the mayor will change and the sheriff will change. No one's going to vote this sheriff in again. I guarantee it.
Do you know why? It's because you're entitled and you're the center of the universe. That's why. And that's
I'm not
just
going to
talk.
be state police.
Hold up.
That is everybody's general disposition.
I'm about to actually clap back here because of what you just said.
I'm so
You legitimately, okay, you had your little moment there. Let me have this moment. You literally just said that I'm the center of my own world. Yeah, sure. But I put the DOJ, in the sense of things, first, and the people that I represent. You have not represented shit, okay? And you have not done any cases as a judge. You were a judge for so fucking long, collecting a paycheck.
I haven't done any cases. as a judge.
Listen,
I did.
listen.
I did that. No, shut the fuck up.
No,
You're gonna say
relax,
lies and
guys.
bullshit.
Relax.
I did the Ramaswamy case. I was the only motherfucker who could take a JP
You did
bench
3
trial 'cause
cases.
Everyone's a pussy. Everyone's a pussy. Yeah, I did the big cases that everyone's too scared,
I didn't say
indecisive,
big, I said
and
3
shit
cases.
fucking in their pants to take.
Okay,
This is-
okay.
this-
well,
Didn't
I'm
take
not
no
listening-
CG cases,
I'm not
guys.
gonna listen
You
to
didn't
you
take no
tell me
CG
shit. That's not
cases.
true.
Not let me
You're a
finish.
whiny
This
little
is not-
coward,
okay.
Roman. You're
Oh,
a
yeah,
whiny
sure.
little baby.
Hey,
And all
Murphy.
you
The
do is
man that
call
decided
people
to
and
make his pay
cry.
raise
Mr.
up to
Braun.
$2,500 an hour.
Mr.
Yeah, that
Braun.
shows what you know. Siobhan told me to fucking do that pay raise.
When was the
Oh,
terrorism
look at
trial
that.
with
Little
Mr. K? Do you
twat.
remember? Sorry to interrupt, and you
Which-
know you
which
guys
case?
flirting or whatever.
It's
The
all good, you
terrorism
can-
trial.
yeah, you can
How many
talk.
days ago was that?
How many days ago was that? That was shit.
20 or so days.
No, it wouldn't. It would not have been. I
No,
just
it's the
told you the
29th.
fucking shooting was on the 21st.
It was on the
It was the
29th of last month.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So,
3 weeks ago.
oh, so this guy, the judge, Mr. Adams, when he's writing these texts to Siobhan, in the tweets here, where he's saying he's talking shit about them 23 days ago. Be a little bit strange. No,
They're there, buddy. If they're there,
Oh yeah, yeah.
it'll be okay.
that's the same guy about to prosecute me. You guys over here
Yes.
arguing like you do something for the people or the DOJ while you got pieces of shit like this colluding with prosecutors and whatnot in our face, posted on social media.
Well, here's
man,
the
ain't
here's
that
the
something?
fun part. We can't do anything about it
Riding
because
to
you
the
know the
court,
judges are
Soze.
only overseen by the Chief Justice. The only other person that can question them is
No.
the head of bar, but then he takes it to the Chief Justice.
The people can definitely do it. I mean, have you tried to file any cases at all against all this corruption and shit?
I mean, it would just be knocked away.
So
Things-
you
It
haven't
would,
tried.
it would just be knocked away. See, that's chicken shit.
Listen, no,
That's
no, no,
chicken
no, no,
shit
no. It's
bullshit.
not about being knocked away is good. Okay, you file a case and they put that shit in the bin. It shows they're cowards, especially when they don't give an explanation of the logic behind it. People aren't for the people here; they're for themselves. Look at them over there in the corner, the dark little corner, just chatting with themselves. Ain't nobody around them, no people. It's just suits, an agency. An agency of fucking people that are hated by the people. There's a reason none of those people can walk down the street alone. That's because the people don't like them.
But does that
Every
mean me
time
too?
you do
Does that
anything,
mean me-
well, you're a little bit different, Carmine. People just they don't. It's not that they don't like you; they just like to fuck with you.
Weren't you bar mine the other week?
Yeah. One day I'm gonna be in the council and I'm gonna give them a reason to hate me. One day.
Oh, we
That'd
don't
be
need.
in-
we
that would
don't-
actually be
with all due
interesting.
respect to everybody that I just fucking went off on because I'm sick of it. You know, I do wish you all the best, like honestly, but I'm like, you don't complain about how hot the soup is when it's full of poison. Okay.
I can understand all points. Honestly, at the end of the day, you know,
We've been served the shit platter, and we're just trying to help the people that get shit. The downside to it right now is that most of the time we have cops calling judges to get charges for people that they have down in the cells, which is the dumbest shit in the world. It should be cops going to other lawyers and shit to get prosecutors. That's how it's supposed to work, but they're getting judges instead.
That in itself is very unfair
It's
and
bad.
biased.
Yes, that is really stupid. That's what happened to Suarez. It was really fucked up.
That's funny because anytime I try to get a judge come over here, ain't none around. Interesting.
And they can't do the bench trial. Then the charges have to be appealed. But then if they overcharge them and it's on an appeal,
We
it's on us to
technically
make sure.
have 3 to 4 active judges, maybe
Sorry, Chap.
5. Most
Yeah.
of them are blue moon
Must be hard
judges,
for
I
them
will say.
though. You know, if they ain't in with the crew over here, you know, being told what to do, mustn't be very enjoyable.
They come in to make their $20,000 bench trial or 40,000. What is it? 20 and 30 or is it 20 and 40?
10 and 20.
Oh, 10 and 20. Okay, 10 for bench, 20 for docket cases.
By the way, I
Yeah.
did create a law school so lawyers can get paid $20,000 to $40,000 to teach law.
I gotta ask, where's that money coming from? Because from my
where's that money coming from? The treasurer.
The taxes of the people are paying for these court cases, not the prosecutors.
Not the prosecutors.
Oh, I guess all the weight falls on the people. Ain't that something? That's good to know.
Yep.
You a lawyer or
It's
something?
guilty. Yes.
How do you feel
It's
about
guilty until
the legal system here? And
it's bad.
What's bad about it? You know,
it's pretty much it's guilty.
I've been
until
told that
proven
I'm a
innocent.
fucking maniac for coming in here and, you know, implying that due process is fucked and the Constitution don't make sense, the legislation contradicts things, and who's of state authority, there's no jurisdictions, and the reality is, like, no matter what's written there, what they say they believe is just the law, and if that's the case, we might as well just throw it all out the window and just let the judges be the dictators in which they currently are. I don't understand the point of arguing anything if you're just gonna be told you're wrong, or you're arguing semantics in a semantic-based law. I don't understand what the fucking point is.
I mean, with your case the other week, it should have been thrown out the instant that, well, technically it should have been thrown out once the judge heard that, yeah, it should have been a mistrial from the beginning. And then it should have been a mistrial when the judge stepped down because he had already made rulings and things like that. But, you know, the
Yup.
2 judges up there decided to continue because, oh, hey, guess what? We want to hear this shit out. It makes
Yeah.
no absolute sense.
Well, I mean, it should have been mistrial before that too, but, you know, I believe also this case should have been mistrial. The Constitution says all paper documents need to be filled out right, and the statement of charges under the Criminal Act needs to be a factual statement, and it is not factual. I motion for dismiss. They didn't do it, and he just spun some bullshit that didn't make no sense, even when I asked him multiple times.
I also do not like how the Chief Justice decided to allow Siobhan to prosecute just because she was deputized.
Oh,
and she recused.
wait.
Yes,
They were
the Chief Justice
deputized. They
allowed-
weren't actually just like a proper law enforcement officer.
Okay,
No.
let's make something clear. She said that. Okay, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Oh no, it would have happened.
Yeah, but it's
They're
not
all
like we
very
could-
friendly with each other there, pal.
It's not like we could ask Alan to be here right now.
But I'm saying we just can't take that for granted because she did say, as a fellow officer of equal rank, that I was fired on the docket when an officer of equal rank, as you know, cannot fire another officer of equal rank. That decision needs to come from the command structure.
I'm FIB.
So she lied about that she did that and that when it happened. So, you know, she lies. That's all. I'm saying.
Honestly, we need FIB with this current shit.
I don't think we do. I think we as a people need to force some sort of system in which we can vote impeachments or new laws ourselves. Just imagine,
I
you
told
know,
you I'm busy, moron.
if we saved up as a people, 500K or something like that, we could request a vote over a week in which would change legislation or impeach somebody. So that way, we as the people truly do have the say in what happens in the land. If it's not something stupid like, hey, we want 5,000 guns or something.
Artos for boomers.
I think whatever the system is, we need to get people working here who don't need positions of power to have self-confidence and who are able and willing to make important decisions without being afraid and without being indecisive and without being
If the people
unwilling
can
to
hold you
correct their mistake.
accountable, they'll have to, because that's where it all
Exactly.
works. If they can vote on something to change things, they need to keep the people happy, and that's what a democracy is all about. The people.
But if some judge is worried about their fucking career plan to go run for head of bar in the next election or something like that, they don't want to ruffle feathers with the mayor, whether he's a lame duck or not. They don't want to put them in a position where they're losing voting groups and things like that. So it's all fucking, it's miserable.
Yeah.
Nobody's willing to go against nobody. Everybody's
The fact
friend.
it's taking this long makes me think they're Adams is trying to argue a point to imply that everything's right. So
Well, Angel's by the letter, and Norman's a bit of a glazer. So
he's a
sounds about
glazer.
right.
That's what the tweets were about. So
Here's $1 million for you. There you go.
I mean, the way that everything is written, it by definition and the law, the way it is written, you are correct. They typically tell us, oh, there's spirit of the law and letter of the law. Well,
Exactly.
technically,
they're going to use the letter of the law for the penal code against me, and they're not going to use the spirit of the law in that essence. But they'll use the spirit of the law in the Constitution because it was meant to mean what they intended for the charges to stick. Of course, they're going to do it both ways. That's how they use this. That's
It
the
means
problem.
their interpretation is whatever is easiest for them to make a decision before they get
Yes.
hungry.
Yes. Whatever makes their team happy. The police, the judges, the DOJ, that all collude with each other to make these charges happen and process it. I try to talk to a couple of judges, and they recluded them. So from the last case, which was Gatsby and whatnot, and the other ones though, they'll just fucking go into the cells and tell them what to do.
I'll give you this information. If you had not given her a phone call, she would have been motioning for a mistrial on the docket.
Oh,
for
I know.
Yeah.
That's, even with her throwing out my case, listen, it is what it is. I think she's doing what she believes in, and that's a lot different to people that do what their group believes in. That's the poison of an element like this. Once you start losing your singular motive and morals, you're no longer really what you were there to be in the first place, especially in the council.
The council started off in a fair place, but then it became straight
always
up
bad. Nope,
Well, you've
always
got to consider
was rotten to the
Mr.
core.
Crane runs the DOJ and is a core part of the council. So there is no people vote. It's the same element. It's one thing. That's why I'm saying if the people could vote, or the sheriff did have control of a jurisdiction in the county up there, we could have 2 or 3 different ways to pass legislation and, grow as a people.
It would be
The
nice.
entire process of this government has been 2 people keeping gated up every bit and scrap of opportunity in this city and doling it out very little at a time, only to people who show absolute loyalty. And that is all it has been the entire time.
I mean, look at Siobhan's cabinet. It was literally to cater to those that she held dear, to where they can make a shit ton of money as well, doing nothing. Which that should just be entirely wiped. If the council is even still around, that's the thing I'm going to say. What I viewed is that the council would have had legislation, they would have pushed it, and then they would have gone, hey, here's what we've been working on to the people, and then maybe there could have been a vote to it, and then maybe
That's
the
exactly how it
votes from-
works. In every
Maybe
element
The only
of
legislation that's even
governmental
been
authority.
proposed, the only legislation that's even been proposed is of no interest to the people, and of course they would not want to fucking workshop it with us because it's all about taking away rights and protections and giving further powers.
Hey, Duriel, now that the case is over, you want to answer a question for me?
Sure. What's up?
Say me and you, okay? We're over there in those apartment buildings that the government's authorized housing in.
Okay.
Me and you live next to each other, okay? We walk in and out of there. We start watching TV at each other's place. We fucking sometimes just get drunk, sleep on the couch, whatever. Sort of like an open, cycle of just friendship.
Okay.
hmm One day, the manager, who's authorized by the government, we'll call the government that authorized him Mr. State. The manager would be, I don't know, just the manager guy, maybe the mayor. That could work. And he says, hey, Soze, you got to leave, man. We can't afford to keep that place going over there. Same with you. Uriel, we got to fix these up, and maybe you can come back later or something. This shit ain't working no more. So, a few weeks later, you get a letter from Mr. Mayor saying, "Hey, we're opening up this little place over here. Why don't you come on over and get on inside your old apartment? You're allowed to have it back, right? So you're back in there. The paperwork's being automated by them. They've done it for you. You think you still got permission to go in there next door and take a shit on my toilet?"
I mean, is your apartment right next to mine still?
No, we both got kicked out. They had to redo them.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends who lives there.
No one's living there at the moment.
Oh.
Oh, it's control is the management, the mayor.
Okay.
So, you think you could go in there?
No.
Interesting. Why don't you just go ask the manager and be like, "Hey, listen, my toilet's broken. You mind if I shit in the one next door?" And he's like, "Yeah, let me just jot it down here in the computer here, and it'll be noted that you have the extra resource to move through there and take a shit whenever you want." Then at that point, you think you're okay to go in there.
I guess so.
So you can shit. Hey, Faye, actually, let's use this as the verbiage. You're Los Santos, and I'm Blaine County. You're telling me you can't go shit in Blaine County based on what somebody says unless it's written?
So 2 months ago,
You dumb
That's not what I
motherfucker.
said.
That's exactly
That's
what
not
you
what I
just said.
said.
All I did was change the
No, it's
names. You said you didn't have permission. Then you did have permission when he wrote you a little fucking automated slip, you doofus motherfucker.
There ain't fucking doors between the counties.
There
It
is
doesn't make any
not. That's
fucking
exactly
sense.
right. It's based on a border, you fucking dumb cunt. You can open your door. Doesn't mean you can walk in the door, you fucking moron. It's a border. You absolute fucking Neanderthal. You are the dumbest fucking person I've met. Congratulations.
That's so lucky for you.
True American. And people are just assholes in the PD and they don't want to give a shit. So we literally are sitting here like the FOIAs should only be 2 to 3 days. 2 days minimum, 3 days maximum. Because you should have your work ready and done then and there for cases that you are literally willing to push on somebody. Now, if you're getting reports, I'm going to say, I don't know how to feel about this. The reason why apparently they've been given 4 or 5 days is because they also get statements from officers that are in the ICU.
The fact that he just answered that like that and still
gray
didn't
area
get
for
it,
me on
dude.
how I feel
Oh
about
my
it.
You're
god.
not telling me anything that I don't already know.
Oh,
the point
fuck.
is if you have a better solution, then
It's
that's
funny
what I
he
want to
agreed
know.
until I
not you're
called it Los
complaining about
Santos
shit I
and
already
Blaine
know.
County, though. And he's like, no, a door. Blaine County doesn't have
So
a door.
lowering the FOIA dates,
brother,
is that
it's a
not
border.
valid
It's irrelevant. You open the
thing
door,
to
it's still a
bring
border.
to you to change it from 4 to 5 days down to 2 to 3, depending on the cases and the way that they are working. Like I could word this better if I was actually in a better state currently, but I am still recovering from being ill.
Just imagine
But
if they just had to
my
pass
point is that
legislation to go up there, everything
the
would be
FOIA
fine instead of making a big deal
needed
out of
to
it.
be changed for the longest amount of time and still has not been changed, which is not going to get changed now because you now have this case, which we all agree upon.
I'm not
But
saying
they-
it's not going to change. I'm just saying, like, I need an idea, not a complaint. A complaint isn't actionable. Feedback that is actionable involves like
the
improvement.
idea is literally to talk to PD, aka Ruby over there, who's listening, to literally see if we can make a workaround, a working relationship between us two to make it 2 days minimum, to 3 days maximum is what they can have to get these FOIAs out. It cuts the time down, it turns cases over quicker, and it's less headache for us. And then get those documents between. Murphy, that lawyers have just been done, right? Most of the lawyers literally have not come to you because every single time they have come to you, they've been turned away. And you hate me. It's fine if you hate me.
Not yet. You got some things to do. You know, you got some catching up to do before you make that top 5.
What are you talking about, Siobhan and them?
Siobhan, Max, Sonya Summers, First Temple, and shit, who's the last one?
Should be Cantor on there. With the way that
Jordan Ackridge. That's
Cantor should be on there after the text she had with Siobhan.
That was her.
Yeah, that was her phone.
Oh, yeah,
She
I know
was
she
one-
hates me. See, the thing is, I know everyone hates me. I don't hate anybody. I'm actually trying to help people,
What?
and that's
Yeah.
why
Not
I
like
do it,
legally.
because I'm not helping people in the way that they would like me to. So, you know, I'm gonna take shit. I'm gonna be called corrupt. My position is compromised, right? You know, constitutionally anyway. So, you know, I'm gonna be.
Oh, my bad. I was muted. Yeah, I accidentally pushed the thingo button. It's very strange, the narrative behind everything. I feel like it's a very simple analogy. Hey, what's up?
My name's Abilene Contralto. I'm an attorney, and I've been following this case you're on and other cases. And I'm working with an associate of mine, Tony Long. You may know him.
Possibly. I might have ran into him.
How old are you, Bobby?
Okay. Well, I've essentially drafted a theoretical filing against the state, either civil action or class action of sorts, which would be representing all state inmates plus a plaintiff versus the state and the mayor, who is head of the council. Would you be interested in that?
So when you say it's against the state, are you say who you actually going against the state, or you mean the mayor and those doofuses?
Well, I'd be happy to share the filing I have with you, but essentially what I'm getting is that in the Constitution itself and other legislation, it names the state to be a presiding authority over the mayoral body and the council, and including the federal government in that higher seat of authority that would essentially do things like have veto rights and or the power to remove members of the council, which implies the state is the entity that's higher that has power over it. And if the council is going to do something like take state property, the Bolingbroke territory, and turn it into basically an off-grid dark site where no laws apply, they've taken that land from the state without the state's permission.
Yes, I know.
I haven't seen anyone.
There's plenty of angles with this, and that's also where I went with the impeachment charge. I don't know if you saw the thing. I put a docket up just to fuck with them. I didn't expect it to go through. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but my implication was also it's treason since the council voted for the DOC Act, which is legislation under the Constitution, and the Constitution being of a state law, because the state's, you know, where it says, hey, this is where it's happening. This is our law with the local government, that if they are to be impeached, because that's in the Constitution, they are going against a state law, which is also treason. So anybody who voted on that would be an accomplice to going against the state, in my opinion, as well. So there's many angles I've also thought of with this. While I don't necessarily think going against the state will change anything in terms of the process itself. The DOJ here and the council and mayor themselves definitely, because if they've gone against the state themselves, then obviously I believe they're impeachable and in treason. But like I don't know if you saw this court case, but these judges, they're actually been talking with the prosecutors and whatnot. And the last terrorism case that went through, there's apparently messages out there of this judge talking shit about the people he was prosecuting, and having that implication that he was already biased to the people. So it's there's a lot to it, and yeah, I'm willing to do whatever. If you want me to go questioning, depositions, whatever, I'm willing to do it. I just might be in jail for a while is all, and I'm willing to stand up and do anything that's gonna try and fix the law here. So if you need me, I can give you my phone number, and you just do what's needed.
Absolutely. And I'd like to share this document with you, and you can look it over. And I touch
Cool.
on a bit of what you just said about the other thing. All right. Number.
What am I? There's my phone number there too, if you want it. I'm 11966. My state ID. So you filed this already? Did you say, or you're going to file it?
No, I have the filing completely prepared.
Okay.
We were looking for a suitable plaintiff, and as I mentioned, I've seen this court case. I saw your filing, and me and Tony both thought to ask you in on this, or to at least consider it.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, I'll do whatever it takes if I can get out of jail if I'm in it or whatever. I'm always down to try and educate some of these people.
Hi, did you just get a text?
I didn't get a text. No, did you? Or a document? Did you say? Is it a text or a document?
No, I just copied the number you showed me.
You want my state ID?
Oh yeah. No, your phone number.
Oh, it's it's there. That's 420-280-3355. Send me a text or I don't see one, so.
How about now?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I'll add you there. Abilene, is that how I say it?
That's correct, officer. Abilene Control, or is it actually? Why did I call you that? You're wearing a uniform. I'm sorry, Mr. Soze.
That's fine.
Yes, Abilene Control.
I'll handle this.
Just getting a
don't
link for
worry.
you.
You're grown men. You're not listening to my words.
I'm done listening to you, Roman. Listening to you is like listening to a fucking cat in a bag being swung against the tree. You're a little crybaby bitch. Sure, I'm the one crying. Yes,
And
you are.
this is what we propose. That's essentially the case file.
All right, I'll look over it a little bit after this. Well, when I get a chance, and I'll send you some messages and whatnot.
You are the worst about moaning.
All right,
What's
Mr.
going on in
Soze.
there? They gotta kill each other.
Perfect. Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, no worries. It's good to see people out here trying to fix things.
Hey, is that supposed to be a comeback?
I could use for.
I mean, you literally passed legislation for your
Don't change the
ex-girlfriend.
You guys
Which
not
one was
understand that all us
The
eating at
event
each
plan.
other is exactly what's the problem?
I mean,
we're meant to be a people that are working together to, make a city rebuilt, not
Yes,
eating
we are.
each other's throat. But while it might be intentional to show the holes, maybe putting your arguments in the wrong direction. That's all.
That's all.
Yeah, I
Hug
agree.
it out.
I agree.
Man, I will agree.
It's like your hairline.
I was
Hey, Roman,
trying to have.
I got something for you. You don't do
Yeah, a
any
little
fucking
bit,
work
little
either. You haven't done shit. How about that?
Okay, why don't you both go do some work and do what's right, and we'll be all
More
fine.
docket cases than you ever have done.
It's all about the future, people.
Roman, you
True
could do this
American.
job for another 20 years, and you
No,
will
I'm a
never have
fucking
done
human.
as many cases as I have.
I
Never.
know.
True
I know.
human. Yeah.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Patriot.
I'll tell you more later.
Anybody got some pretzels? I like pretzels.
I can't believe they said you committed treason with me and didn't charge you for treason.
Funny, I don't think you should
Suck
say
their
The system is.
Never mind.
Soze, we get Carmine. We adhere to whoever's winning. Okay, that's how life works.
Yeah, that's okay.
Gamblers breathe.
That's also
Like-
why everyone
Fuck,
makes
hang
fun of
out.
you and fucks with you all the time.
God damn it!
It's not an insult. Just a reality check, pal.
Made them cry.
Yeah, probably not going to be the last time.
So what are you hoping for, Soze?
Kind of irrelevant,
Why don't we
honestly.
just all start mutual combat right now?
If I go to jail, the message was said. If I don't go to jail, the message was said. Because no matter what, their excuse for it causing issues, whether it's now that every citation would be deemed a fucking treason because it's against the laws of the state, or the opposite. And I guess I was a piece of shit. And they did have the jurisdiction up there, and there's holes in their things, and they're not willing to fix it. Either way, I mean,
I feel like the only one that can see the downside to that is the only person that technically can touch the Constitution apparently is the Chief Justice.
Not really. The Constitution still authorizes them to give themselves jurisdiction. Hey, let me give you the analogy I gave the fuckwit prosecutor over there, okay? Me and you, we live in an apartment. It's owned by the government. The government's manager is Mr. Mayor. Mayor, the manager, okay? My apartment has a label called Los Santos. Yours has a label called Blank. You know what? I'll be Blaine County. You can be Los Santos. Just so it really has that impact, all right? We've been living in this government building for a while. Me and you are good friends, chilling out. You come over, have beers whenever. You can walk in and out whenever the fuck you want. We just homies. Sometimes I even shit in your toilet and you shit in mine. We shower, whatever. Just whatever. It's pretty much just one house at this point. We see it that way. Though, the government comes to us and they're like, well, Mr. Mayor says, hey, listen, guys, y'all got to skedaddle the fuck out of here. I'm going to lose my job. The whole place is collapsing. They're going to try to rebuild it. The people above us. His name's Mr. State. Okay? Then, a few weeks later, you get a phone call from Mr. Mayor, and he says, "Hey, I got the building back. It's called San Andreas. You wanna come back and live in your old apartment, Los Santos?" Mr. State said, "I can do whatever I want, really, if I follow this Constitution here and write legislations and whatnot for this entire area." So he writes a little piece of legislation that says, okay, you can go on in there to Los Santos, back into your little place there, you're good to go. You think you got permission to go over there in Blaine County and do whatever the fuck you want?
Not with the way that you're saying it's
No,
written,
sir.
no.
So what if
Should
you went
be-
up there and asked the mayor and said, listen, I want to go take shits next door because my toilet's sort of getting clustered with all the shits going through it because... that could be an analogy for criminals, I guess. All these shits getting flushed, getting clogged up. We sort of need to spread these turds around because my pops are getting busted. You think, and Mr. Mayor says, you know what? I'm going to write on this piece of paper that you're allowed to do that, and I'm going to put it in the computer here, and you're good to go. Think you can go in there and take a shit? Mayor runs the building.
If it's written correctly, yes, but if it's not, then no.
Well, it is written correctly because he had the Constitution, remember, from the Mr. State said you can go ahead and write whatever you want in here, and we'll just okay it and maybe step in if we need to.
Okay, I see where you're going with that now.
Yeah, so the only way you could ever go take a shit in Blaine County is if you wrote it on the piece of the paper because the Constitution said that. That's why they gave you the authority to do things. You could write the legislations and give yourself the powers that you need to rebuild the country or the state.
We have three different islands, correct?
Well, that's also all going to be debatable. I'm not sure. There was talks of an earthquake, things breaking, sinking a while back, but I know there's the Sanguine Island was down southeast, and I believe there's a North Yankton or some shit like that people have talked about, but I don't fly around that much. I don't know. I did go for a flight the other day, and I landed on an island with bombs and holes and shit, and went fishing for a while. And when I got back, some weirdo said I might have radiation poisoning, but I don't seem to have it. I don't know if that's the Sanguine
Jesus
Isles or
Christ.
something else. Either way, the point is, boundary's a boundary, and if it's created, you know, you need, and all you need is permission to cross the boundary, and you can give it to yourself. That's all you need to do.
So you just change the Constitution to San Andreas, and then you have the jurisdictions
No.
of.
Says in the Constitution that while they are the authority of Los Santos, it doesn't mean they can't make legislation to go over other jurisdictions. It says that the state will step in if it needs to. So if they're to make a legislation that says we have jurisdiction as a sheriff and this entity down here, then unless the state says no in that process, then they've got the powers to do it. All they need to do is just write what the fuck they say instead of saying what the fuck they think the law is.
Mm-hmm. Which they haven't.
And for some reason, that means I'm an evil conspiracist that's trying to ruin everybody's lives by just asking for a sentence. Clarity. Understanding.
It's hard asking out for a sentence out of somebody, especially with how the FOIA document is written. It's literally 2 sentences, and it's misspelled 5 different times in there, two or three times in there.
Doesn't surprise me. At the end of the day, misspellings in legal documents, court filings, and shit's pretty common. It ain't a big deal. That's usually whatever, but it does show a lack of respect, I guess, to, you know, people doing what they're meant to believe in. It ain't so bad when it's a spelling mistake. It's a lot worse when there's a hole in it. The whole page is missing.
Yeah.
You know, they've set full precedent in this goddamn place in 6 months, and ain't nobody know what they are because they don't post them publicly.
Yeah, that's an issue I brought up to judges in the past.
They could literally just ask the council to post it in legislation. I mean, they've got common law in the Constitution, so why wouldn't we be able to put some common laws in the legislation? It's from that authority, right? So
see, is our common law in the actual?
It's in the
It's a DOJ document.
I don't
all it
get
is is
why.
a DOJ document that may or may not be updated.
I thought we were supposed to be putting that in the. You know, that's just.
They could literally just update it in legislation. I mean, this thing's enacted by the Crane himself on behalf of people, so why couldn't he do it on behalf of the DOJ?
Tony, it's not up to date. The Tessa case isn't in there.
Well, so nothing has changed about it.
I'm going to say this, and I think most lawyers here will maybe agree with this. Crane's a hard man to get a hold of.
I
For
don't know.
lawyers.
Can't say I've tried to talk to him. I mean, he is at the top, so it's sort of expected that he ain't going to be running many cases.
Let me see. Where,
like I said, I don't think that's the issue. If it's ingrained in the people below him to have a thought process that whatever the fuck this is the reality, then it ain't changing until the people stand up and do something.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see like how they like by how everything's written right now. You were legally in possession of a Class 2.
Oh no, definitely not. When it was written back in the day, it said if you got a weapon, multiple times in the legislation, if you got a weapons license, you can carry a weapon. It even says in the legislation they passed later that they all signed on that you have the right to carry a firearm or some bullshit like
Yeah,
that.
so I
if you
mean,
got a
it
license,
doesn't
so.
distinguish between Class 1 or 2.
I've
like I
very
need-
specifically left a few arguments out just for the future references. I mean, I feel like we got to get fucked in the ass, and that's okay because, you know, by the look of it, the people don't have faith in those people that were meant to protect us. And all that matters to me, I ain't got to be no cop again. I don't want to be a cop. I don't want to be a mayor of this shithole. I just want the people to be what they've, had offered, and that is a democracy.
Yeah. You would think also the people that are, supposed to uphold the law wouldn't be at the same time offering PD so much information, pretty much coaching
Different
them
counties
through
have
how
different
to
laws. They can,
prosecute
yeah.
somebody. But, that's a thing that happens.
A little too often.
But
Way too often.
there was also the argument that he was
Tad bit
implying that if you make a law in Los Santos, that it can't be
The people do deserve
enforceable
better.
everywhere. But
And
that's not
currently with the current
true.
mayor.
If you
and
watch somebody get
everything,
murdered
it just
in
ain't
Blaine
it.
County from Los Santos, Los Santos could still
Everything has
charge him if
been
they had the
for
video and evidence
mayor
of it.
in all senses.
They just
The
have to
mayor
wait
literally lowered
for
tax so he could buy his
the warrant to
first
be
car,
served
which
or
was
him to get
like, I don't
taken
know, some
by
sports
marshals
car for
or
cheap. So
state police or
he
Blaine County.
lowered it from 15% to 0% so that he could buy his car, and then he
And
raised
two
it back
counties
up.
could work together to prosecute
The
on
man
either
has
side.
done a lot
nothing
of
to stop it.
things that people have questioned, but they're like, okay, if we go against the mayor, we're fucked. We're gonna either get ocean dumped or, end up dead in a ditch somewhere. We're just gonna forget everything that we ever know.
It isn't based on real life, by the way, guys. It's
That's
our
the
laws that we
downside
make
to
on the law
trying to
based
deal
in our
with him,
world,
because
and I think that's also a big detachment.
he has so much power and he could fuck you over. Especially with that now
we
that he
need to
made
understand
himself commissioner,
the
which
state of San Andreas.
I
We
just
have
don't
counties.
feel should have been a thing, in all honesty.
Well, it shouldn't, because it
The
specifically says
Constitution
commissioner
was
is responsible
handed
for responsible
by
mayor,
the state and
how does one
authorized by the
person
state
not report
to give the
somebody when they
power
are
of
that
authority to the lower
How do you
governments.
not
So the Constitution is state
respond to
level.
yourself?
Everything passed on from that is local municipal law.
Literally says in there,
But it
that
is
it's not supposed to
authorized
happen,
by
but
the
it's-
state.
Well, here we are.
And
But
then
the
to be
state has
told
the
that they
power
literally
to
were making
override it,
something to go
which is
against
literally
people
how
and
it's all
deny them
written. It
rights
is
and
not
everything
complex, what
just
I'm
shows that
saying,
the man
or adding complexity. It's just
is
doing
all about
what is
himself,
written.
but not for the people, which
So the
he is supposed to
implication
be
that
the voice
people
for the
had,
people.
it's like, Soze for CG or Soze because
Nobody gave a shit
owner.
when the mines were singled out.
No, I got charged on treason and I read the fucking
Nobody really
Constitution.
fought
That's what happened.
the Public Sexual Messaging Act.
Nothing
Nobody
else.
really gave bat an eye when the business
Try about it.
legislature or the process.
This guy
was
over here,
posted.
Bones,
Have
put
to
me in
give your own
handcuffs
civil
and
rights
charged
to
me
own a
for
business or
joyriding because
just
I
even
returned a
get a
police vehicle to a sheriff's office.
Yes,
Because
that
of a head
one right
pop.
there, I'm gonna say
Okay?
should
If you
be
think this was
stricken
on
from
purpose,
legislation,
you are in a delusion.
somehow removed, because the constitutional right, this is actually a thing. Yeah, you have to have a search warrant
Yeah.
to just have a business proposition that says, "Oh, hey, we can search you at any time." I'm like, this reminds me of Cerberus.
Yeah, those legislations are under the Constitution and failing the Constitution. So
Yeah.
everything. It's not the first time they've gone against the Constitution and themselves, and that's why I say the people need to be able to point this out and vote against them to impeach them. But nobody wants to give us that power because they're all fucking power tripping fucking chimpanzees over there. Goddamn Neanderthals, absolute pussies. And sadly, the only way governments that are fully corrupt ever get revitalized is, pretty much only one way. Sometimes the people have to take the power back, and that's just how it is. What the fuck are these guys thinking about in there? I don't understand. I didn't say
They're
anything
probably
that
clicking.
complex, did I? It's either the fucking jurisdiction or it ain't the jurisdiction.
So either Angel is making a fight for you, or
Oh, yeah. It'd have to be something like that, because this Adams guy, yeah, I definitely think he's got a small dick syndrome. Just
Not
imagine
wrong,
if
I
this
feel
went my way and it just said, hey, the DOJ's fucking dumb. Him losing his job? Holy. That thought of that, people thinking he's an idiot? Oof. What would he do with himself? He'd have to become a... No, even the trash people in this city are more respectable. They clean up our streets.
I'm gonna say the tweets about Adams, literally, that's pretty bad. By the way, the tweets
Yeah.
from Adams talking about getting a reaction out of Mr. K.
Yeah. Before he's trying to prosecute him. Yeah, ain't that something?
Yep.
But that's the point. Sometimes, you know, you need to get these messages out, and it's a slow act instead of resorting to fucking violence or whatever. But the people have seen it. You guys have seen it. I mean, like I said, there's a reason everyone's standing over here, and that side of the courtroom's fucking empty. No one gives a fuck about them.
Well, it's also because the cops have been pushing a lot of charges recently that just don't make any sense on people.
You'd be
What, charging
surprised.
somebody with assault with deadly.
You'd be
Yeah,
surprised which
things like
police
that.
also don't agree with what they're doing here. There's been quite a few.
Well, there's been more of the ones that are emerging and overcharging people. Supposed to be assault with deadly, but they're charging with second degree or attempted second degree murder. And it sticks because the last.
Yeah, we don't need to get into it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know. It's a whole can of worms.
In the spirit of the law, we allow a police officer to die in jail and do nothing about it. We are the DOJ.
And in technicality, Crane's at fault for that one pretty badly.
He's in the council. He
I
voted
mean,
on it. Yes, he is at fault.
Everybody in that council voted
Well,
unanimously.
it
for the DOC
wasn't.
protocols.
It wasn't a no. It was not a council vote. It was a Crane decision.
What was
From
the
my
Crane decision?
understanding,
The DOC
to
shit?
put Bobby and Carmine. Let
it
me
was
double check.
unanimous. I already looked at it.
unanimously. It
Yeah,
was
they
also
all voted
amended
on it.
unanimously.
That's why I was going
So
to
they're
push on the
all-
charges. They're all accomplice to
Well, yeah.
treason, basically. This is the reality. If we had one of these dumb fuck police officers on the outside and had the same power structure in a different county, all those guys would be in jail on treason. Because
So,
they'd read what the law is and be like, oh, yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. Don't need to use the spirit here. These assholes are only going to use the spirit when it benefits them. Every goddamn time. It disgusts me.
If I remember right, I'm pretty sure Bobby and Carmine were wardens prior to that legislation coming up because if I remember talking to Ursula correctly, Crane put them in power and then people started bitching about the issues with DOC. So then they created that so that people would stop bitching.
I know they were offered the job before those were created, but were they put in place? It's so long ago. It's hard to think about.
I mean, it's all irrelevant anyway. If you know, who knows? Crane maybe had talked with the state, so it could have been them put in there by the state. But at the same time, the legislation overrides, you know, the Constitution anyway. That's a
solidified
issue
it
in
too,
itself.
so.
I'm treasonous
But-
though.
Them
I'm-
determining
I
it
can
and
be
then
treason.
using legislation to legitimize it. It's a little.
I wrote, I'm the overseer of Blaine County on the wall or something like that. I'm treasonous. Fuck the government.
Technically being censored by the government.
I questioned the state, as he said, and that's going against the state, apparently. That's not a democracy.
There's precedents that you can't, twat whatever you want on Twitter either. So.
Oh, I can't?
Oh, if you post something a little a bit tad overly sexual, you get charged and probably get banned off of Twitter for a week. I don't know if they made the banning part official, but you'll definitely get charged for just being overly sexual or whatever the charge is called. So they've been always edging these little legislative changes to slowly encroach on each right. And,
Your privilege of freedom of
I mean,
speech
it's always
can
hard
be
to
taken
tell.
away
If
at
you're
any
banned
given
for 7
time.
days,
Yeah, we don't have a freedom of speech. It's pretty much written in there multiple times.
Well,
They can do whatever they want. So
Yeah, if you're so our privileges are written there that at any given time, if legislation comes out or a law like that ERP law, whatever it was called, enforced respective posting is what I think it was called.
something like that, yeah.
If it goes against a charge or a legislation that is written, then your privilege is out the window.
Yeah.
So freedom of speech is just not a thing.
No, but
It's just like, you know, it's just like the one kid law. It's just like the Anti-Mime Act. It's not, yeah, it's like, it's just so much shit.
Has anyone checked to see if Max has flew to Argentina recently?
Is what?
Anyone checked to see if Max has flew to Argentina recently?
no, why?
I was just wondering.
How do you spell Siobhan?
T-
Siobhan.
T-
SIOBHAN.
Yeah.
S-I-O. There we go. Chief of Staff.
She technically shouldn't have her bar, but because she's so goody-goody with Crane, she gets to keep it.
She has a bar
Well,
license.
Well, here's the thing, right? She shouldn't even be doing any of that stuff. Like, isn't... I mean, the fact that she's deputized already isn't kind of going against her oath?
According to Crane, no.
She's not deputized anymore.
Why you say?
She
Oh,
has a bar license. It says right there.
hey Ruby,
Yeah.
you got to speak up.
What's up?
Siobhan's still a deputy.
I am not going to answer that question.
According to her staff page, no.
Let me look myself.
How's the so when you deputize, you're a deputy? Is that just like a separate entity of police, or is it like you're an officer and you can do what they do, or?
I mean, they're under BCSO then, or?
See,
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't think it's even technically written out what they are. They were just sworn in, deputized by whoever the fuck deputized them. I don't know who deputized them.
Wait,
Probably
she's
Bones or Beric, I assume.
No, we can't do that. We don't have the
If
authority.
she isn't deputized, then she can't be used in the court unless she's here as a witness. And their entire PC was based on that. Is she still a cop over there, lady?
I'm unable to answer that question at this time.
You can't tell me who a police officer is.
I could.
Hey, Bones. What happened to Siobhan? She a cop still?
What's up, Soze?
Siobhan, she a police officer still?
Why you want her?
Well, I mean, it'd be pretty relevant to the documents you're submitting as evidence if she's not a police officer, and
Currently,
you're
she's
using
not.
that.
Well, actually, I don't know. Depends how you classify it. A suspended person.
Interesting. I don't know, to be honest. I'd ask the judge, but he'd probably just say they're a cop no matter what.
I mean, she's currently suspended. I'll say that.
I'm surprised you guys didn't bring that up in the bar at the start when we were talking about her. You deliberately just leave that out.
You told me to leave. I was gonna actually bring that up, but you told me to leave.
What about you, Mr. Prosecutor? Slip your mind.
What?
That Siobhan is no longer a police officer, or currently not authorized to be one.
News to me.
Ah, interesting. So would it be on your phone or nothing? Nobody's told you that.
Nope.
Yeah. So wait, you knew she was in ICU though.
Yeah, that's what I knew.
Who told you
Anything else,
that?
I'm not sure. Learned to be yesterday.
Interesting. You didn't even tell your prosecutor, Bones. Jesus. You really are disrespectful. probably would have been good to know that, you know, somebody was fired or whatever.
So wait, if they're not considered police, so if they are considered police officers, that's still against their oath, is it not? It's two separate
Yes.
agencies.
Oh yeah, no, they broke the oath to get there, but it's all it's
Hi,
going to be
honey, what's
irrelevant
up?
to these
We
guys. So.
brought this up in the last
So,
trial, and it
I
didn't
think
go through.
I don't think she's a cop right now. But they're
Probably
using that
not, but-
evidence without calling her as a witness, so it should be all admissible. No, isn't that it's only allowed to be used as a statement if it's a law enforcement officer.
You would that would generally be the case, yeah.
Bones on stand.
But have they ever
said every single thing was articulated by her in the evidence? So all that
Well, not only
evidence
that,
should
too-
be admissible. No, I don't understand why that would still be a thing. And he knew apparently. But this asshole over here, Mr. Redhead, mentioned nothing about it. He said he didn't know. I got a feeling he knows though. Look at him on his phone over there, conspiring with the guy right next to him. Instead of saying something, he's typing away to hide things. They're all in cahoots.
Yeah. The only way I think it could still be considered to hold up is if she was an officer when she wrote it, I guess. So that's the only angle I could see to the contrary.
So she is. She is an officer when she wrote that. Then she's still breaking her oath. If she's not, then
Right. The oath thing is
Holy
irrelevant.
shit.
It's already been
I know, I'm
argued.
just
They're not
saying
going to
in
do shit
general.
about it.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
so-
that in general because like everything's kind of fucked. I'm just saying
Because
how fucked everything is.
I actually mentioned the oath to people, and they're like, "Oh, it's not worded like that. Oh, the Constitution doesn't mean that. Stop
But
taking
it's
it word for
exactly
word." You know, that sort of shit.
But
But
it's
when it says
specifically mentions
joyriding,
agency.
it's totally okay, even though I'm returning a vehicle.
It specifically mentions it in the oath. Like they
Yeah,
literally make them say
any
it
other
out loud.
agency, any other agency, and anybody who allows
I
that
don't
is
get it.
technically also allowing treason because it goes against the Constitution. Everything they do that contradicts the Constitution, which is the state law, is, in my opinion, got to be treason.
Well, technically,
the
the
only
DOJ
state
is
law.
also a separate agency.
Right. But Mr. Crane over there is the one that runs the DOJ, but he's also inside the council that votes on all these unanimously, so he too had part in it.
Oh wait. So they are considered cops, and they raised their pay to $3,500. And that's not made public. Aren't they also violating their own legislation by the Funding Transparency Act?
I brought this up. When did I bring this up? I brought this up to Cantor during the CG terrorism case, and she just sort of said, "Oh, it's logged somewhere." And I said, "But that's not how the
But
legislation
where?
is
It's
worded."
not public.
And she just walked away.
It's supposed
yeah.
to be a public ledger. It's not. What?
Yeah, I pointed it out to them, and they just sort of didn't care.
What point can we just walk out of here? I don't remember them even hitting the gavel at the start, by the way. And in fact, I'm pretty sure they didn't start the entire court proceeding. They didn't actually hit the hammer.
I don't know. Norman did at the beginning.
Did he?
It
I don't know.
when we were wondering, it's like, wait, where's the third judge? Wait, where's Siobhan? And then he just like tap tap, and we're like, oh, I guess we're starting with two judges.
Oh, maybe I was
But the
zoned out.
missing-
Yeah, maybe it did happen.
I don't blame you. Nothing much was missed on that.
Good, look at Mr. K's latest twat.
Oh shit. Ain't no fucking wait, what?
Oh, Jesus.
You should drink a bit more water. It's very yellow.
That's just neon, bro. That's it.
Right in his mouth. Oh, that's disrespectful. Was that the guy from the council?
Yeah.
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 Huh. Did he vote on the DOC Act?
No.
I think the
Poor
DOC
guy.
Act was from the
The DOC Act was from the first go around of the council.
Hmm.
surely they've made their mind up by now.
Yeah, I believe one did before we got in here.
Yeah, I don't know why they just let it continue without the third judge that was supposedly meant to be here, but yeah.
I was only of the understanding that it was going to be Mr. Adams or whatever the fuck his name is, so it's whatever.
Didn't Judge Andrew used to work under you in the troopers?
Ooh, sorry, Tony Andrews, did you say?
Judge Angel, the judge.
Yes. He was leading the
no, not yet.
the pursuit team there for a while. Insane.
Waiting a long time.
Insane skill set when it comes to driving. That's the same Angel.
Yep.
Yep.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Pity to see what it's all become. I know a lot of the old troopers and police seeing shit like this, they'd be in shambles. I think even the old DOJ would cry.
I think some of them were here.
Yeah, Mr. Labar was here earlier. Got him on the stand.
What's up?
Is the metal detector thing not working?
It should be. Why?
Because I have all my stuff.
Are you clocked in as something?
Just Mosley's. I'm not clocked in.
That's
oh.
weird.
Nope, I'm not clocked in as a what's it called, a lawyer.
I wouldn't know because like
I'll just run out and run back in and
that's
see.
weird. Maybe.
Tony, have you paid Pinocchio his 20,000 yet?
We worked it out because he kept the material I got that was like worth like 25 or something. So we just
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the security guard
Because
wasn't watching.
I originally gave him the materials because I gave him like over 3,000 materials so that he could work on his electrician and then basically help the house out with that. Since we all benefit from it, I didn't charge him, but since that never came to be and he moved out, we called it even.
Who were the prosecutors for the terrorism case?
Same people. Oh well, no.
It
was Uriel and Oliver Hall, but yeah.
Interesting.
I bet Siobhan had a hand in it as well, even though she was a victim.
Oh,
Siobhan had a
100%.
hand in everything.
Though she was writing to the judge, there's messages. They posted it. That were between her and the judge. Ain't that something? And he was saying he was gonna poke at the Mr. K. Shows he was really authentic with what he did.
I mean, another thing is Siobhan had knowledge of someone that was going to stab Murphy and a judge, but she didn't do shit about it.
I mean, what goes around comes around. I'm sure the devil will get prosecuted in her own way.
I mean, she's lost the favor of most lawyers, I would hope, because she has done nothing but make our lives hell, besides certain few, as we can all guess.
Oh, yeah.
Robin.
Hopefully she has hopefully she has lost the favor of the judges and she will never have a judge seat. But that could change in time. But again,
I
currently
think that is very possible that she could be put into the judge seat.
she shouldn't.
Yeah, of course.
as-
She shouldn't be in the council.
Too, there's a silent majority in the DOJ.
Yes.
I understand that, but that is still a big issue because I can tell you now, as we all have seen, she takes personal vendettas, and I know for a fact she will not separate shit.
If you ever take a CG case and she's the judge, I recuse myself. I got
Yeah, if I ever have a CG case with her as the fucking judge, if she gets to be a judge, yeah, no, straight up recusing. I'm sorry. Fuck's trying to go up a literal.
I'd be more worried about anybody over there prosecuting against me. With her, you know where that court case is likely going.
I think I'd rather just microwave like a 10 metal forks than to watch that, to be honest. Or just like literally do anything else.
Jesus. That'd just get you playing out of here again at this point.
Now, also, Soze, are you still taking letters for the federal government like you suggested we should write up from the other day?
I mean,
You were
there's all
talking
these
to me
court
and David?
cases. I got a feeling the traction's got to be happening either way. So,
Okay. Would you be down to still take it if I had one to submit?
sure. It'd be much better to do as a collective based on the procedures and court documents and everything that comes through. So,
Okay.
whatever works. I'd give it a little bit though.
Also, I got to talk to Adams after this because he did not add in the fucking Tessa Lamb case to common law. Gotta love it.
Maybe you did. You might have to FOIA it and then get a search warrant and a subpoena written by 17 different
Oh,
judges.
the Tessa Lamb one is literally about subpoenas and warrants.
Ain't that a thing?
Yeah, and I'm signing it for Solomon Walker.
Hey guys, is this a party or something? Are we voting for the mayor? What are we doing?
We're waiting for the premiere, pretty much.
Yeah.
Of
The North Korean party's about to enter and tell us what's up.
Oh, I don't really like that place. It kind of scares me.
Yeah, I feel you.
So I'm not
if you're
gonna
found-
do that. I'm gonna go this way.
If you're found not guilty of treason, would that be a win for you?
No matter what. Me going to jail means nothing. It's the point and the moral of the entire thing that people are seeing the holes and the cracks. That's what the justice will be. If I go to jail for 7 years, what the fuck ever, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna work out, I'm gonna eat food, and just wait for the people to do what they need to do.
Squeeze the bottle too hard. I was listening to Tony's phone call with my wiretap. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I heard
no, he's
Tony's
talking
secrets. Tony's didn't.
Kevin Win song?
I think I just found a.
For round 2, that was the shortest amount of time I thought it would have taken to get through the trial. And now it's longer in the fucking deliberation than it was in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Is somebody trying to match my freak? I got the job. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, yeah. I mean, he probably would have. And then I feel like he would have said, "Where'd you learn that from?" And then I said, "Slick Rick." And then he said, and then he would say, "What else did he tell you?" And it was like he'd been saying he's been a nasty girl. Lucas might hire you. That might have single-handedly got me the job. Yeah, it is Gatsby. I know that.
I'm just going to be very honest. I don't think you should go for treason.
I don't think I should
Yeah,
go
there
for
won't-
any of the charges in all honesty, but it is what it is. Someone's gonna put me in jail for joyriding for returning their car back to the police department because it was parked in the middle of a highway.
Oh, yeah, that one also got me. I was confused as fuck on that one.
Well, that's where it all starts from. That's the stemming.
I just need an address to send
You literally need to buy it and supply us with guns.
True, they need
Hey,
that
Roman,
charge
I had
for
a few
everything
phone
else.
calls. Did they even touch on the inciting anyone part?
No, they just
Uh,
assumed that he incited Bobby to do stuff.
And he also,
the
they also assumed that local government building is of state authority or something.
Yeah. The only point on when they talked about inciting shit was in the closing that fucking Uriel read off from Siobhan's paper.
And that's it.
I can't
She could
believe
reach from
they
the ICU.
based that on questioning the law rather than going against the law, which is what it says. It was very strange how he worded it.
The fact that you got compared to fucking Martin Luther and his 95 theses, I died.
I wasn't listening to that shit, honestly.
Fair.
Be glad.
Everybody, Rick's running for mayor. Who's trying to match his freak? Get up on the stage right now. I'll do it. Go bang the gavel. Snowball.
2 months ago, you would have done it, Rick. That's the problem.
I wouldn't, son. I got no fucking idea.
I miss the
Yeah,
old Rick.
I am. No matter what, actually.
I miss the old slick Rick.
And it's because I'm the server owner, not because of my arguments or roleplay.
I miss the drive-by slick Rick. Oh my god, don't say that. Oh god. Oh god. I miss the CG slick Rick. Well, that part just started. So that's just starting.
So I wonder why Siobhan is not a deputy. That's what I really wonder right now.
I don't know. It's weird. They sort of avoided it and said she was in ICU. I mean, it could be just a mistake in the system there, but the fact that they didn't want to talk about it says
She's just busy.
that's weird. I
She
was up
probably
there
fucked
trying
up.
to show that she was not a good authority or somebody that should be in power. And well, if she ain't a police officer no more, Jesus, it's almost like everything I was saying was the truth, and they cut it off.
Be inactive right now, Rick.
Wait, what?
Aren't you
So
meant to be
she's not
inactive right now?
she's not a deputy anymore or officer or anything?
I don't know. That's what Robin said. Robin looked in the MDT. I don't know how it works, honestly. So
Yeah, so apparently she is not listed as a LSPD member currently, and Ruby is not willing to disclose why. So I think she fucked up somehow, and she is also apparently in ICU, so she probably fucked up royally.
I woke up. Yeah, next day. So I think I'm delaying that ICU.
yeah, Bones said something about suspension, or well, he said, what did he say? I think it was something like well, that depends what suspension
only have
would
one
imply. I
job
guess something like that.
listed
So
in here.
No, that she had both.
She did have both. Okay.
Yep.
This is why I love Robin.
Joe's streaming. I'm not sure. Kylie is actually. Would have been a good viewpoint from Kylie's side.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Max has both.
She's pending trial. Well, I didn't hear the pending trial part. I don't think. I think I just heard the suspended thing. Oh, no. He said yeah, like the police board or whatever, right? Did he? I don't think he said trial. Yeah, panel or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure he said.
I technically did it. Okay, well, that's good. Robert, we're gonna have to talk at some point too about something. Yeah, well, never mind. Okay.
Also, in the first trial, as soon as Siobhan recused herself as a witness, and then made herself counsel. That was also a straight up mistrial because you could not question her at that point.
I asked them for it, and they said no.
That is the dumbest thing because you cannot question in any way, shape, or form her whole fucking statement in that report, which is.
And here she is again. The statement's in it. She wasn't here to even prosecute, and apparently she's not even a cop no more. So I don't think statements are allowed to be used as evidence unless it is a police officer. I believe that's the only way they would respect it.
What I've been told by a judge, ex post facto. She was a deputy at the time.
Right.
So
but
it still stands.
If she was a corrupt deputy at the time, that's the question. That's what the emphasis is on the corruption within the state, breaking the oath, all the other shit. Yeah, post facto, but there's a reason I try to go into that questioning line to show that she was fucking inadequate in her duties. And here we go. We got another piece of evidence to prove exactly where I was going with it.
Well, it also amounted once she became prosecution. It kind of also amounted to counsel's testifying and by allowing her statement to stay in there. So.
Well, apparently she
Yeah.
helped
It
them
should have been
articulate the PC, and this asshole over here said it on the stand. Bone said she helped articulate everything. So.
Right, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean that was the first time around. She's not
If she can't be
prosecuted now.
questioned about it, then and if Bones doesn't understand it without her help, then
Big fans.
how are you
Yeah.
supposed to defend yourself against it?
The thing is, with a case like this, there's a lot of little questions we could have kept on going. I could have sat there for fucking another 5 hours, honestly, but leaving a few more holes to poke at is probably a good thing for other people to use in the next coming cases, because it appears there's going to be quite a few, especially against the council and mayor and whatnot.
I would have loved to see that go on for a couple more hours just watching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would have had fun.
Todd, I've got Bobby Charles, a dumb motherfucker that can't answer anything. Bones, a dumb motherfucker that can't answer anything. And then Declan, another dumb motherfucker that fucking Naruto runs up there on stage, and that's the authority.
He's got like 6 alter ego names or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
Yeah, those guys need to be careful. Those three get together, start rubbing their heads together, they might make the Big Bang or something. Should have defended each charge for the
You see
judges.
what the books
I
on the
did, they didn't have
desks
jurisdiction.
are of?
Oh, what is it? The state of Los Santos from
The
America?
U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of these judges will still have a state or Fed bar license anyway, so it's technically, of the same level, but that just doesn't mean they're, this case is of that level. Well, it's from that level, maybe, but not of that level. But yeah, I mean, we're America. America.
Yeah, I mean, it says the United States caught up on the wall behind me, so yeah.
That's why I was so curious about the whole due process thing and them allowing a statement of charges to be a non-factual statement publicly, which, anybody can read, and, on an allegation, they are saying I did it or I was going to do it. They still wouldn't dismiss it. I still don't understand his point. I should have asked him.
Hello. It is. What can I do for you? Occasionally, it depends on the situation.
Shit, I might go change my clothes. Come back in an hour or two. What's happening?
Okay.
Yeah, the props still won't be done by then.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to tell me about the case, I can let you know if it's something I can take or not.
I want it. Maybe I'll. Oh God, I want it.
Sure. Give me a sec. Let me.
So bad.
Yeah. Let me leave the room I'm in, and I'll call you back.
Hey, Bones, you know if I'm allowed to leave the courtroom while we're in session?
Gatsu would be a better answer to that.
Adam said you have freedom of movement.
Have
Yeah,
what?
so long as you're back when they come to deliver their verdict. If you're not here, they'll probably put out a state announcement. But
Okay. Just didn't know
But
if
you
I
are
should
allowed to
Quite
leave.
some
go
time.
up there and piss on the chair again. I meant, for the first time ever.
Do you need food, Soze?
You know what? I could use some if you got some. I'd
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Is there a funeral? Probably because the council used it themselves.
Are you able to hear me better now?
Here, a paper bag for you.
Sure.
Thanks. Appreciate it, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Lifesaver.
Legislation they were trying to pass to remove people's rights,
Super quiet.
like voting and owning property and vehicles and having a
Ooh,
driver's
jerky.
I like yelling
And
at
like a
you.
lot.
See what I can do about that.
Was it what? I don't know what it was called. I only heard
Is there an ATM in this shithole?
Yeah, downstairs.
Okay.
On the if you're going down the stairs, go left.
I'll be back in a moment.
If wanted to make it, so e.g.
Jesus. Shit themselves. Shit out of hemorrhoid. Important case. Well, my worry is that the thought process takes this much time is less indicative that they're doing it based on what they just heard, because I feel like I want judges to make mistakes. I want judges to feel free and not be what the boss says type shit. Same with how the council is, but I feel like it should be separate to the DOJ. That way it truly does, you know, wait, did I already get lost? It truly does feel more like a unique power structure rather than... You want judges to have a different opinion. You know what I mean? But you want judges to also have their own opinion. Just like you do as a lawyer. That's what makes legal things interesting, is your viewpoint and opinion on something. When everything is similar, I feel like... wait, can I take cash in there? It's gonna take my cash. Is that what happened? Did. Yeah, I'm just gonna place it on the thing next one and pick it up after. But I mean, whatever. Who gives a shit? It's just easier to do it like that, honestly. I think if I have a wallet, I'll be right, but... Sorry for burping on you. I know it's fucking disgusting, chat, but I just can't help myself. Fucking animal. Puddle of burps, yeah. Yeah, hey, listen, better than no burps, trust me. If I feel any little bit of fucking air there, I'm fucking letting it go. I don't care how small it is. You guys got to remember, I couldn't burp for like fucking 38 years, okay? So my stomach is probably 10 times the size it needs to be. So to even get to the burping point, it's probably...
Hey, that's crazy, homie.
Whoa. My bad, my bad. That was a fly.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. He pled not guilty, and then, like, his whole thing is like, there's the stupid letter of the law. And
Yeah,
the
Robert,
spirit of
I
the
got
law.
this shit for you.
That's true.
Oh, shit.
Well, I got the money before I get the fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Money.
Loose talk, not really an exigent threat kind of thing.
This right here. The man that detained Soze has a 2.3-inch penis. The United States of America.
He just thought it would be funny to do that. Not a big deal, right? It's misdemeanor possession. Who gives a fuck? But Kurt.
Wait, who was the other judge? Glory or something. Wait, is that actually Glory on? The other judge? What would happen if I just walked out now? I guess if I wasn't here, I'd get fucking charged for contempt or not showing or some shit. I mean, Soze walking out, no matter the verdict, seems pretty Soze-like. The verdict is irrelevant to the point, so. I do want to ask the judge if I can have one question off the record before he before he gives the ruling. Think he'll let me do the toilet analogy?
He got mad.
Beating a dead horse, yeah. So it's funny. What I'll do to him if he allows it is I'll say it to him, but I won't use the names Los Santos. You know what? I might ask him if I can tell him a joke just for the humor off the record. So it sounds like it's going to be a joke. Perfect. Well, if I use it before and then the verdict says they had jurisdiction, then LOL. That's the joke. You. That's the best joke we're going to make today. Still a joke if you find it ain't funny. Well, yes. The joke in this case would be the law system. Because they would be agreeing with what I just said. Just like the others did.
Ava.
Hi, how are you?
Not really okay.
The judges are the HOA. Oh, fuck, dude. Hey, listen, guys, remember though, no matter what, like I said last time at the end of the other one, any of you are actually upset at the streamers in any way whatsoever, I want you to know that you're fucked in the head, okay? And you need to reevaluate your life goals and what you do with your life, all right? It's good advice, honestly. I made the mistake of watching some other streams and know how, you know, OOC it's felt to an extent and like weird shit. I'm not doing it again. So just be reassured. Whatever we're doing is based off stuff we see in game, and it's going to be roleplay, purely roleplay. No matter what I say, if I'm calling people names, by the way, I'm not going to say retard as much, especially in character. I feel like some people actually. Australians are a little different with the word. I get it, but like, you know, I think other places, it's one of those words that's a little stiffy. I'll say it to you guys. I'll call you guys retards, but RP wise, we'll probably say it a bit less. Just because of the, you know what I mean? Like, I can't control every, it's a different environment, essentially. But we gotta make sure that people know on that level that it is roleplay. My angers and frustrations are on roleplay and nothing else. One thing with Soze, I did notice over the years is Soze is a character that is designed to get riled up, okay? And characters that are designed to get riled up, definitely can be more impactful in terms of like how it's perceived. But yeah, either way, I reached out to a few of the people involved and explained like I just don't give a fuck about all the dramas and all that sort of shit. And it's purely RP. So at the end of the day, the worst thing that's happened to me in the last 2 weeks is we've had entertainment and streamed for 2 weeks, and it's been fun, honestly. And we got to meet Weasel yesterday. That was fucking actually the best 30 minutes of the week, I think. Soze got to go unhinged. I don't know, man. I've said this from the beginning, even to Moon and that when they suggested becoming a cop or some shit. I was like, no. I just want to put him in, see what happens in roleplay, and go with that, essentially. Just that's all I want to do. And it's going to be the same thing here, no matter what. I'd highly doubt he's going to get to a point where he's starting to shoot people, because visually what we see in the world is people come here and stand on the people's side. The court case, what you guys are getting hung up on like the DOJ do, the result is irrelevant to what the point of everything is, right? We are making the people believe and see the problems and want to resolve of the problems. That's the goal. The court case is entirely irrelevant. I don't think people understand entirely that that's the point. Because no matter what they rule, everybody sees the fault in which we're pointing out, right? And it's the same thing with the case I pushed to the docket. I'm no lawyer. If it got dismissed, it got dismissed, and it did get dismissed. But everybody's gonna see that shit. It's public. People see that shit. You know what I mean? I'm actually glad it was Gatsby that threw it out. Honestly, it's nice to know that she was filing for a mistrial for me, but at the same time willing to also say, "Hey, this is just wrong," when it's right on both sides. Any thoughts on playing DayZ? I don't know, maybe. Want me to kill my stream a bit more or what? Ricky today, I don't know. We'll see how I feel after this shit. I feel like there's a pretty big like reality to like the whole OOC narratives from viewers and shit that people look back on the roleplay that was like the most interesting, best content and shit like that. Are situations like this. Generally, if there's drama, it's because there's two differing opinions on something. Well, there's a lot of fluff that will say, oh, Soze's doing it for power, or Siobhan's doing it for whatever bullshit, whatever narrative some viewer says. There's a reality that there's a reason it's entertaining, right? And I don't think there's been a pivotal point in roleplay where there isn't this sort of like, engagement, I guess you would say. And that's why I think adding more possibilities for these kind of engagements with votings is good. Yo, her in the cell yesterday. Yeah, her and Cantor, bro. But both pretty insane when they were in a fear situation. Cantor was like really good though. Very immersive.
Can you arrest him for impersonating an officer when it's a defunct faction?
What's the TLDR of what makes a good server economy? Well, it depends what you want in the server economy, I guess. Depends how fast you want the game to move, how slow you want it to move, really. It's a very hard thing to answer. But the best economy is an economy that will change based on what you want with direction. Because an economy isn't just the money, it's the materials, it's the weapons, it's access to vehicles. The economy really is just like, you know, a time frame. So if you understand the time frame you want in your server, then you've got your base economy. It's hard to explain, really, but at that point, you know, make a job, make X amount of money each hour, and just sort of, you know, similar.
Hey, Soze.
What's up?
How are you?
Not too bad. I heard Siobhan got suspended.
Like, I don't really believe you're.
Yeah. Things happen. You know, people get punished. You have accountability in the PD.
It's weird that the prosecutors didn't tell the judges about this or file it on the docket, considering she's the PC and the evidence they've portrayed there. Now she's no longer necessarily
Interesting.
a cop.
Well, she's suspended. I don't think she's fired yet.
What is she suspended for?
I don't have the full details. I'm not high command, so I'm not really, you know,
must be something
privy
pretty
to
bad.
that. But I'm sure I'll know whenever this.
I got suspended from my civilian rights immediately when I met that guy over there, that sheriff.
Well, I mean, there's difference between breaking a policy and breaking a law, so I'm sure you know that, right?
Oh, so you don't know the policy they broke?
Well, like I said, I'm not privy to that information, and it's not been shared with us yet.
And honestly, I don't know the difference between breaking a law and a policy no more, because I don't know what law and policy is. I read the legislation, and even the fucking doofus sheriff over there couldn't tell me where his jurisdiction was based on the legislation. So, no, I don't know what the law is anymore, or the jurisdictions, or whatever the fuck else policies you got.
Okay, let me ask you this. What is on your uniform?
Which part?
I mean, all of it. By the way, from the pants to the tie.
Okay, I mean, I've got a set of pants with a blue and yellow stripe, black belt, and then we hit the tie just above my belt.
Do you believe you're state police?
Do I believe I'm state police? No. State police don't exist in this state at the moment. From my understanding.
I see. So.
Don't try
I see.
get it
And
for
where'd you get that uniform from? Is it a past one?
Yeah, it's an old one. I think it's Tony's. My balls are quite tight. Hey, though, with how Bones said it, when he got the uniform, he just called himself Blaine County. So, shit, I might as well be the state police if we're working under the same laws and systems, right? I got the shirt on. That means I got jurisdiction everywhere, according to you, motherfuckers.
Well, I mean, come on now, Soze. The one had a legislation. One had a legislation that went through, which was voted on through the city council. I mean, I'm telling you the story, right?
It says Los Santos.
How we got here.
Why does it say Blaine County on the side? It doesn't have a legislation.
Because things are incomplete. That's why. So they need to be completed. Everything needs to be completed from all the way to the tip of Polito down to the docks in Los Santos. That way there's no confusion or, you know, misrepresentation of jurisdiction.
How do you feel about Siobhan?
As far as her being a person, chief of staff,
Just
or
in
overall?
general. Everything in general.
I think she's really smart, but I'm gonna reserve my personal opinion so I don't get in trouble.
Should Max
That's the problem these days. I think a lot of the people in authority and DOJs, police don't really have their own voice no more. I want you to look me in the eyes when I say this. I genuinely hope that bitch dies for the sake of this state and the people in it.
What, you think she's a witch?
Just an asshole. I don't know if she's a devil or what she is, but she ain't fucking human, that's for sure.
The thing about it, though, Soze, is if I shit talk her with you and behind her back, I'm doing the same thing that I don't like people doing to me, right?
Oh, no, I'll say it publicly. I hope that bitch dies.
Damn.
For the sake of the state, it would be great if that bitch died.
And you're entitled to your opinion.
Context clues. I figured that one out. All right.
Hey, the judge will come in soon. Get ready.
Mikey, you just missed
Hey.
it. Hey.
You need to jump, Tony.
I hope that bitch dies, and I think he's talking about you.
I heard that.
Did you hear that?
Was it?
Yep.
I'm scared.
Why you scared? Don't be
Why?
scared.
Because she was in the ICU.
What if he told me
Mhm.
Log 'em.
I can get one ready.
talking about you.
Yeah, I got
Why
car.
would he
I can
talk
we can
about
get
you
back
like
up for
that?
sure if need to.
I don't know.
Alright, you was in the IC. You probably thinks you're still in there.
I was in the ICU. You know,
What? Why?
Hey, Soze, you feeling confident about this?
I'm confident about myself. That's what matters. You know what I mean? My morals are intact, and even if I am crucified, like all the good people get when they stand up for themselves for the right reasons, so be it. My confidence won't sway based on what they do. At the end of the day, the ball's rolling. People are seeing it. How you feeling?
Yeah, me fucking too right now. I'm also feeling that. People are trying to tear me the fuck down on Twitter, and it's only made me feel better. So you know what? Maybe we can agree on that thing.
That's good. At the end of the day, you know, no matter what people say, even if they may be right about something, it's only the naive think that somebody can't change and be a better person. And if people hold you
Yeah.
accountable and say that, you know, you're changing your opinion or becoming a better person, they're just the evil in society.
Hey, maybe. Well, best of luck, sir. I'm glad to hear you're so
Thank you.
confident. You got this shit.
But he needs to be the bigger man.
Oh my god.
Ew.
I sense a disturbance in the force. Oh, it's Bobby.
That's an atrocity to the force right there.
What
Someone
the fuck is that on his
stinks.
head?
I think he just came
Hey,
in.
Bobby.
What the fuck is that
Is
on
it
Bobby's
true that you took over the state penitentiary under the authority of the local municipal government? You took state land and declared this yourself.
Yeah. Killed my own brother down there.
Yeah.
There's
They
like,
shut
there's
down
like
the
3 bodies buried in there.
the EMS. They wouldn't allow EMS to go there or nothing.
Nope. Lawless. A few wars happened in there too.
That's
Did you rob EMS that tried coming to Dogtown?
Robbed 2 cops that came in.
Sounds like treason. Sounds like you
Is
might
it?
have committed it twice. Yeah. It's weird when you think about it, Bobby. You were never charged for
No limit.
treason when you took over the state penitentiary, and then you weren't charged for treason when I was, when apparently you were aiding me in treason. You a fucking little rat boy there, or what?
Oh yeah, he is.
He's trying to become a cop.
Ah, there we go. And who's your avenue to be a cop? Is there going to be Bones? You gutless prick.
No one wants Bobby. No,
That's
Bobby,
not
have some
true.
integrity. Have some integrity,
no one
okay?
wants-
He's been dick riding all the cops.
That's not.
Dick rider.
If he tries to get BCSO, can you make him shave his head completely and be
Speaking
bald?
of dick riders, it's lit.
Oh hey.
Bobby, can you grow your hair back out, please? It's
In
like
addition,
disturbing.
if he has to be BCSO,
don't worry,
can he just patrol and tidy
Sounds
how,
like you're a snitch there, Bobby.
You know how,
He has to shave his head.
you know,
and he
like
has to patrol and tidy it.
Oh yeah.
you know how there's like a food chain in the wild.
Okay.
You got your
Uh,
predators at the top.
I want to know.
Yeah, I
Then
mean,
you got your
yeah, I guess it's a food chain.
Actually, I think
you got like your little bugs, peons that attach to other things.
Yeah.
Try and get some sort of.
You're like one of
Try
them,
and
but
get-
the shit that comes out their asshole.
broke up and he kind of.
What me and Carmine do, we do to survive, okay? What me and Carmine do, we do to survive.
Why don't you let cops die in the state pen and
There was nothing I could
go
do. to them. I
treasonous
had
against
nothing.
the state and then don't do
I
nothing
had
about it?
No.
Just say it with your chest, Rick.
How do you want me to defend against an armed gang? I had nothing. I had no guns. We had nothing. It was me and Carmine. We had wrenches
I
against
get what you're saying.
firearms.
So you're telling me
couldn't do anything.
they
couldn't
took
do
all
anything
your
against
rights
diseases.
away as well, and now you want to go join them? Huh? You're a smart man, Bobby.
Archie, where are we
You're a
gonna
smart
do it?
man.
What do you mean? I have nothing on this outside except I had my fucking prison, and me and Carmine lost it. Okay.
I mean, humanity's a
The
lot more
police-
important than being a
He used to be
parasite.
the commander. He used to be the commander. Okay.
Who did?
Carmine. He used to be the commander. He told me.
Oh,
It was the best time of his life.
the commander of the cadets. He was just a cadet. He actually never got to officer role.
I'm.
He's probably just scuffed. He's probably just scuffed for you, Rick.
Robin doesn't have all those.
I do what I have to do
You
to
base
survive.
your life on a cadet.
No, Carmine is my goddamn. He's my goddamn boy. Okay, we've been through so much together.
I mean,
Not saying you
Yeah,
ain't.
you guys dick right each other.
20 years ago,
You got more wrinkles than Robin.
We do what we have to do to survive. Okay.
Hey, I mean,
God,
if you gotta be
if you
a
can't beat 'em,
giant
join 'em.
gaping bitch to
You ever heard that?
survive, so be it.
You ever heard that? If you can't beat them, join them.
Just be careful when you're walking down the street being a
That
giant
doesn't
fucking
include dick.
vagina, a dick
What
doesn't
happened?
fly out of the sky and just fuck you. Pussy.
God damn it!
Rick, right?
I'm on your guys' side.
What the fuck?
Do it.
You're so stupid.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Call me Rick.
Not, yeah, but you're both stupid. I'll be honest, you're both stupid.
Should I stab Barrett in the neck for payback? No, it's deserved. I've been a nasty.
Do not finish.
Bobby's a ton of fun, bro. He's him and Carmine are fucking 10 out of 10 vibes.
Alright, go for read. No, I can't. No, hey.
I'm not touching that. I ain't touching that. I ain't touching it.
Oh my god.
Robin, I don't think I can do this. I'm gonna watch the deliberation from TV.
I'm not touching that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is
So is that you hate Bobby? Is that true?
Do I hate Bobby?
Bobby said that you hate him, and
See,
Not true. I'm on your side, Mr. Soze.
Change your hair.
Bobby, you're losing it.
Your hair to mine, girl.
Why are you doing? Why are you doing, man? I don't think he hates you, man.
Does Arya know that?
Show us your ID.
Does Arya know that you're
It should be black then.
I don't care about your side, Bobby. What?
Flash your ID to the crowd, Rick.
No, I'm not doing this shit. I'm not doing this shit. I'm not
Flash your ID.
No,
Is,
black clothes, black hair. I would.
Why are you flashing your ID?
yeah, fine else.
Wait, what? Who?
You're a pussy, Rick.
Why?
1099.
Yes, I'm 70 fucking 4.
Come on, Rick.
And he looks younger than your ass, Rick.
He's got W Riz at 74 too.
He's
I don't know what that
Come
means.
on, Rick, do it.
I just kick this guy, dude.
Come on, Rick.
Do I have to do it on the fucking thing?
Getting ready to have
I know how that
the
feels.
verdict told.
What was it about?
Come on.
Soze.
Treason.
Yeah, treason.
Treason for what?
No, it's possible.
Can you give me a quick rundown?
Treason for the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
What?
Yeah. Wait, do I have
Basically, the Constitution says that people have jurisdiction in Blaine County. Soze questioned that and then they tried to arrest him in Blaine County, and then he said no and shot the cops.
That's some dumbass bullshit.
Oh, you forget the part where they crash tackled me and were arresting me for joyriding when I was
They'll go
returning a
over it
police
in a
vehicle.
second, just, yeah.
I'm on your side, Soze. I hope you win, Soze.
Shut up, Bobby. You dick ride everyone here.
Bobby, you just said that to Bones. Said that to Bones like
I
2
believe
seconds
so.
He literally does tricks on each dick over here. Yeah, he does tricks on it. He somersaults on him. Like,
He must be good. I mean, he survived this long somehow.
oh, he did.
Jesus Christ.
Plays with Roman's hair.
How the fuck? The judges are here. I didn't even see him walk in.
This
Yeah,
case
couldn't
is
hear
an
for Bobby.
interesting matter
Hey,
with a lot
boss.
of stakes.
Sorry to be rude.
Yes?
Can I just ask you something off the
Sure.
record? It's a bit long, but it's a pretty simple question. I do want to ask it if that's okay.
Is it something that can wait until after our verdict? I'd love to speak to you, sir. No
It
issue.
won't take long, actually, at all. But I
yeah,
think
come-
it's... So listen.
Okay, coming up.
Me and you, Mr. Adams, okay? Say we both live in those apartments over there at, what is it? Near Viceroy.
Yeah, over there.
Oh God, he's getting
full.
Me and you, we're homies. You look like a good guy, honestly, and I'd probably drink beers with you. And we get to the point, right, where we're drinking beers because we live next to each other in each other's apartments. Then, the manager comes down and says, listen, guys, you know, I've been authorized to run this place. I'm going to have to ask you both to leave because we can't afford to run this place no more. So, we'll let you know if anything opens up. So we got to leave, right? And you come back later and they give you a letter and it says, hey, come here. You can have your old apartment back. We've done it up a little bit. Seems to be working pretty good. If there's any issues, let us know. Do you reckon you'd have permission to walk into my old apartment right next to you?
No.
So, what about this? You walk up to the manager and you say, "Hey, listen, pal. I think the toilet's blocked. You mind if I just take a shit in the toilet next door? I used to go in there. I know my way around." He says, "Yeah, I'll authorize that. I'll give you a key, and if anything happens, I'll have it written here on the table. Would you be able to go in there and take a shit now?"
Well, the manager of the property is given a key and given implicit permission to do so. Yes, if he's the owner of the property, then yeah, why not?
Okay. Well, what if your name was Los Santos, my name was Blaine County, the mayor was the fucking manager, and the state was the people that authorized the manager? Would you go shit in Blaine County without having no fucking permission slip, sir?
Well, luckily, that's a subject I'm going to address in this verdict in exhaustive detail.
Okay. Fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, as I was saying, this case is an interesting matter with a lot of stakes riding on it that, in both Judge Angel and my opinion, will hopefully work in at least a foundational sense as to not only how we interpret the laws of our land, but will potentially shape them in the days to come. With this, we have reached a verdict in this matter. Now, Mr. Soze, there were a number of arguments given by yourself. I'm going to start with joyriding here. Given pertaining to the charge of joyriding. You spoke to me and you spoke to Sheriff Bones over there about the definition of joyriding. And you also affirmed and brought forward arguments about spirit of the law.
Oh,
and
actually,
what you were intending to do.
sorry
with
to
the
interrupt,
vehicle.
sir. Did these guys inform you that Siobhan's no longer currently holding a badge as a police officer? The one that wrote all the PC for these charges? That wasn't here to be a witness?
I was not informed of that, but that would have no influence on this matter.
Okay.
Just because a police officer is fired doesn't call all of their prior work into question.
Yes, that's true, especially when I start asking about the legislation on top of it and build the case. You're right, sir.
Don't worry. Again, we'll be discussing the legislation in full. Don't worry. We got a lot to say here, and I'd love to speak to you afterwards. Now, the court understands your arguments, Mr. Soze, pertaining to joyride, especially that your actions were in good spirit, and that you were attempting to bring the vehicle to a safe location. By letter of the law, however, we do find that the vehicle was driven without permission. And while prosecutorial discretion could have been exercised by either Sheriff Bone or the individual pressing the charges, in this instance, it was not. By definition and by letter, you drove a vehicle without permission, without the intent to deprive the owner permanently.
Shut up, chat.
You will be found
You're too
guilty
emotional.
of joyriding in this instance. Now, it was further stated that you resisted arrest while you were at the sheriff's office. Sheriff Bones stated that you were tackled and attempted to be handcuffed at one point, which you resisted. You you wiggled your way out of those handcuffs. No counter was brought to this version of events. So therefore, Judge Angel and I will be finding you guilty of resisting arrest. Now, with regards to the 3 counts of attempted murder of a government employee, in the situation here that has been outlined, officers, based on what we've established here, had probable cause to detain you for arrest. Those same officers exercised patience, drawing their firearm, and even allowed you to brandish a Class 2 firearm inside of the sheriff's office. Those officers did not open fire until you raised the weapon at them, which is a reasonable act.
Allegedly.
At which point, you returned fire at 3 confirmed officers, Declan Crane, Jeffrey Bones, and Loki Schuyler. In no way can this be articulated as a legal way to stand your... Therefore, you will be found guilty of 3 times attempted murder of a government employee. Now, I think you'll find this one interesting. We
No,
wanna
I
turn
will
our
not,
attention to the
sir.
current
I'm
charge
sure I will not. I'll
of-
find it very
I'm sure you
well
will.
understood considering your stance with the terrorism charges and your phone calls with Mr. Siobhan just before they were put away, and your bias to Mr. K himself shown in private messages, sir. You are an asshole and not understanding of the law. You're a piece of shit, and you have no due process. It's on Twitter, motherfucker. Go look at it, you dog shit asshole.
Oh, I looked at it.
Fuck you.
Don't worry.
I don't give a
This
shit
is
what you say.
very, very benign. And
Yeah,
you know,
the
if you're
spirit of the
inferring that you had
law.
something
When
wrong with
Aziz fucking dies and you all watch what happen. The spirit is fucking dead.
well, the spirit's not dead, Mr. Soze.
It is
if you'll allow me
dead.
to continue.
You've already said it, asshole.
I've not said it.
The word of the law matters in the penal code, but not the constitution or the legislation. You, sir, are a fucking lying asshole. You're a hypocrite.
Well, that's your opinion, sir.
No,
I'm gonna go ahead and
it
return
is
to my verdict at
factual,
this time.
asshole.
That is your opinion. That being said, Mr. Soze, turning your attention to the criminal possession of firearm class 2 charge, sir, you've raised a valid point, and you are correct. This is an interesting charge in and of itself. The charge is written out as, quote, to possess an illegal class 2 firearm without a
I didn't
license.
say anything about this.
Class 2 firearm is defined as any shotgun or automatic firearm.
I don't believe that was even mentioned in this case, sir.
No, sir, but it is the letter of the law that you're so
Right,
stuck
but
on
you
here at
just
this
said
point.
I'd done it or said it. That's all. I didn't say
I'll
nothing
go ahead
about
and
that.
continue. This is interesting because the court takes note that you do have a valid weapons license. That weapons license was issued by a judge, and that the standing legislation titled Weapons License Guidelines, published on March 4th, 2024, does not specifically note what constitutes a legal firearm. Now, on that very specific note, Mr. Soze, Judge Angel and I are unable to make the determination as to whether that specific firearm is in fact illegal. We don't know where it was issued. We don't know how it was registered. By definition, it's illegal to have a, quote, illegal class 2 firearm. But there is no definition standing as to what a legal or illegal class 2 firearm is. So, you will be found not guilty of that charge, with a firm recommendation from the department that this legislation is reviewed. But it should be clearly stipulated that the weapon was in fact used in a violent crime and is not to be returned. And as you've been convicted of a violent felony, your weapons license is to be removed. Now, lastly, we are going to go and move on to treatment. There are a lot of compelling arguments pertaining to jurisdiction, the state, Los Santos, Blaine County, and others. With regards to jurisdiction, Judge Angel and I have taken note of the following. Mr. Soze, you are once again correct in pointing out the 2 legislative authorities in the state, the City Council and the Department of Justice.
From the state.
We do take note that the City Council then passed a piece of legislation entitled the PCP 2.0, which carries the, quote, following important remarks that I will read back to you for your record. Quote, this document establishes the fact that the law enforcement departments of Los Santos will now answer to the mayor's office, with solely the mayor acting in this capacity on behalf of the state. Quote, moving forward, the mayor's office will act as an immediate superior to the law enforcement departments of Los Santos on all matters, in order to ensure that the power the law enforcement departments of Los Santos wields is not misused in any flagrantly uncorrectable way. This document assures and reiterates as well state supremacy on matters of the law enforcement departments of Los Santos, with the state acting as the ultimate arbiter of decision-making, should the avenues that the mayor's office wishes to pursue prove to be themselves problematic insofar as the future of the stability of the island at large is concerned. This legislation in question also allows for the following, quote, the
So
formation
is he
of
saying
other law
that the
enforcement
county is
departments
everything now?
as the need
Because of one
arises in
word?
other regions of Los Santos beyond the city. Coverage is important. In that writing, it is implicitly established that prior to this document's publication on May 10th, 2020, the one department that did exist, the LSPD, maintained jurisdiction over those regions. Further recognizes that, albeit while not clearly defining, Those
The letter
regions
of the law
do
isn't
in fact
clearly
exist.
defined? Okay, sure. Sometimes they are, right? I get it. Keep going, pal.
Oh, don't worry, I will. I will. I have
You
not
are in a
finished yet, so I got
delusion.
plenty more. I'm in a delusion.
Yes. I mean, there's a reason there's a lot of people standing behind me and not these pieces of shit over here because they all see you as a fuckwit and a traitor.
Your Honor, we can gag him if you like.
Adams is known to be a corrupt.
we
You got
know.
the right to free
We
speech
know.
just like everybody else, and we don't want to.
I don't have the right to free
take
speech.
that away from him.
You've taken it from me multiple times. I wrote on a wall that I was an overseer, and apparently that is against the state.
Bobby, I
Found
swear
you
to
guilty
God,
of
stop
treason yet,
dick
Mr.
riding.
Soze?
No, but I did get tried last week by the same idiots that talked to Siobhan on the phone.
Interesting.
I hope she dies, by the way. I hope she don't make it out of ICU. It'll be better for the state.
Reaction out of me, Judge. Come on, get a reaction out of me.
I don't need a reaction from you, Mr. K. That said,
That's not what the text say.
therein, Judge Angel and I find that the state's intention is clear. For law enforcement to maintain jurisdiction over the entirety of the island, whether that be in the city itself or outside. And as a result, this will now bring us back to the core tenets of Mr. Soze's argument.
Just
Mr.
to
Soze,
confirm on
it
that
was-
one, is legislation now of the state? Is that what you're saying?
I directly read quotes to you from the PCP 2.0s.
Right, which is not of state authority. Okay.
Again, point to the direct
Hey,
quote
listen,
that
if
says-
you're from United States from America, so be it, pal.
assuring and reiterating state supremacy, but I digress. Mr. Soze, it was testified that you admitted to writing the words on the outside of the police station. You've just said it yourself before me. Words that read as follows. Koil Soze owns, signed state officer Koil Soze. Nobody can make laws. We own Polito in the north. Can change anything he wants when he wants. His writing is inept and is attested to in that interrogation. The following actions are then factually known to have occurred. You received a call from Bobby Charles, and the court acknowledges that the details of that conversation are unclear. Mr. Charles could not testify to them, and you made no statement to them yourself. We do see a response in text that reads, quote, "I'm in Sandy," that occurred about 6 minutes later. Then there was another call from Bobby Charles that we once again agree with you, sir. Do not know the contents of the phone call. We cannot speak to. The only thing that comes after that is a quotation that reads, quote, "Planning my attack now, don't worry, are you dead?" in text message from Bobby to yourself. Again, we do not know the content of this phone call. The only thing we have to turn to is Mr. Charles's direct testimony here in this courtroom today, where he stated that he was, quote, looking to fight back against individuals who wrongly shot Koil Soze. This, in the court side, finishes the story. Mr. Soze cited rebellion against the authority established in Blaine County, as outlined through the PCP. Clearly labeled his intentions through writings on the wall of the sheriff's office, and then engaged in violent behavior when he raised a weapon to officers on the inside of the building. While this may be a failed attempt at insurrection or rebellion, it by very definition rises to the legal definition of treason. Now that said, we understand where this comes from and the background that you, Mr. Soze, bring to this matter. I see the uniform you're wearing.
You are
I understand
fucking
where you've come
stupid.
from.
The letter of the law, I cannot believe you guys. The spirit of the law when you want it to be, but when it's the letter of the law, it ain't. You are unbelievably fucking pathetic as a human being.
Have
You
I
are a
finished, sir?
cow. I don't give a fuck if you finish or not. The way you try to sway that legislation, which is under the Constitution is of the state. Anything under it is from the authority of the state. It isn't the state. It's from the authority of the state. You fucking Neanderthal. So when you mention any sort of state fucking thing or entity inside that, it is irrelevant. The mayor is not the state. A mayor of the state? Are you fucking stupid? You are the dumbest motherfucker. No, fuck this guy and fuck you. I hope you put me in jail. I want to go to jail because these people are going to hate you more.
You
Letter of the
anyways.
fucking law. You're a fucking asshole. I don't give a fuck if I don't go to jail. You're still an asshole. You're missing the point. The point is,
I'm missing the point.
you are an asshole.
I'm an asshole and I'm missing.
You're an
Right.
asshole. Fucking asshole.
Now,
Fuck
as
that
I was
guy.
stating,
Fucking
I
asshole.
understand where this comes from.
Local
and the
law and state
background
law,
that
guys.
Mr. Soze brings this matter. Now, we're not looking at sanguinian levels of insurrection and rebellion by any means. We are looking actually at the ideals of a man who has fallen from powers bestowed upon him in a failed government from past years.
I was fired before
The
that
courts-
asshole.
Courts, while we will be finding you guilty, Koil, will not be entertaining anything near to the full 7 years requested by the prosecutor. Instead, we'll be referring you as it'll be a sentence of a total of 4 years in prison with credit for 3 served, 4 years parole beyond. While you are on parole, the court will be ordering that you seek psychiatric evaluation in order to fitness to return as a working member of our society. The totality of the fine will be $125,000, $100,000 for the crimes that committed, plus $25,000 in condemnation for your actions and
This man just authorized anybody to get a citation in Los Santos or elsewhere to be going against the laws of the state, my friends. You guys are fucking stupid.
This hearing is adjourned, sir.
Fuck you, asshole. Your mom's a bitch.
So, where's the jurisdiction end?
The totality of the island, sir.
Yo, so
okay,
so the totality of the island. So when you guys go arrest people in boats, now what do you been doing, motherfucker? What's your excuse there, bitch? That's what I thought. You're gonna fucking run circles around it, because that water ain't no island, sir. There's a lake up there where people are fishing and getting charged for shit, too. You are a fucking rat, and I know you gotta fucking worm your way out of that one, too, with the spirit of the law bullshit. Word of the law, my fucking ass. You're a fucking liar.
You're interchanging word and spirit an awful
No,
lot here, Mr.
you're a
Soze.
fucking liar and a
You're
coward.
interchanging the words a lot here.
What is an island, sir? Is it a body of water? No.
Beat the judge up.
An island is surrounded by water, moron.
Yes, it is, sir.
You're unbelievable.
No, don't be ridiculous.
You're insanely, you're ashamed to not only the state of San Andreas, which apparently is now Los Santos County, you're just ashamed to the United States of America. Allowing violations of due process, prosecutors over here that are failing in the Constitution aren't even police officers to write these guys PCs and charges and allow that in evidence of a court of law, and they're not here to be answered to. You are ridiculous. Okay?
Why aren't they here to be answered to, Mr. Soze? Why aren't they here to be answered to?
I have no idea. They're in
I asked
ICU and they're no longer a police officer, apparently. And apparently you also know this, if that's the insinuation you're asking to right now, would you let it happen? You are a coward. Go ahead and put me in jail, but I'm glad that people see what pieces of shit you are. When you guys keep getting shut up in courtrooms, or whatever the fuck happens, and they are quote-unquote terrorists, just remember, it's because the word of the law only matters when it's your shitty penal code to put someone in jail that opposes it. And the spirit of the law only matters when you want to swindle and lie to these people and imply a mayor is the state because the state gave him some form of power. If we all get power from the federal government, you stupid bitch, that doesn't mean we're all feds. Holy fuck, you're stupid. Put me in jail. You dumb motherfucker.
Hands behind your back. Cuffs going
Couldn't
on.
even handle the analogy. You fucking moron.
A hero right
We're all feds, guys. Congratulations. You're all power of the Fed. Good job, guys. Get out there. We're also treasonous, though, so be careful.
Bite his
All right.
fucking head off. Let him fucking go.
Come on, let's go.
You
I'm escorting the kill Soze right now.
Make him walk out like a man, Slacks, huh?
Come on.
I'm giving the dignity to walk through the goddamn car.
Slacks, honestly, you better just fucking, you probably want to